1, 2. One, two.
May I request all of you to stand up for a minute of reflection? May I now call the meeting to order? And before handing over to the committee secretary to present the credentials of delegates, I wish to give the honorable members and the other participants present in the room the opportunity to introduce themselves. I know some are new, some have been here for long, but yet some are representing others. And now we are going to start from Honorable Roseby. Then it will go this way. Just mention your name and where are you from or your committee. From Zambia.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good morning all. My name is Roseby Kadama, Chairperson for Malawi Parliamentary Women Caucus. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jeff Murebwa. I'm from Zambia. I'm the one that represents the gender and youth something. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Emilia Noyoma Ampewa. I am from Namibia. I'm here representing the vice chair of this committee. Thank you.
Morning to you all. My name is Gudla Kwaramba, MP from Zimbabwe. I chair the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus. Thank you.
Bom dia, chamo-me Maria Marta Matheus Fernando Zalimba, deputada de Moçambique. Obrigado. E presidente do Gabinete das Mulheres Parlamentares. Obrigado.
Muito bom dia a todos e todas. Sou Teresa José Adelina da Silva Neto, sou deputada da República de Angola e sou presidente do Grupo das Mulheres Parlamentares. Muito obrigada.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Emeline Ramarosoa Rakotobe, députée de Madagascar, en même temps présidente des femmes parlementaires caucus. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Masikoulamali Marie Jeanne d'Arc, députée de Madagascar, présidente de la commission genre au niveau de l'Assemblée nationale et membre de la commission GEWAYD ici FPI SADC. Merci.
Good morning, beautiful people. My name is Honorable Regina Spawon, Member of Parliament from Seychelles, and also the chairperson of the National Caucus and the chair of the Regional Women's Caucus. For SADC, I'm here as a new member of GEWAYD committee. Thank you.
The remaining secretariat and technical, on exception of our Vice President of SADC PF. May I now tell the secretary to proceed?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the credentials of this meeting, I must say that present, of course, Chair, you are here. So we have representation from Tanzania. We also have representation from our vice chair of this particular committee, though we have a proxy representing Namibia. We also have Mauritius present, and our vice president of the SADC-PF is here representing Mauritius. We have Angola present. We have DRC present. We have Madagascar in the house as well. We have Malawi present. We have Mozambique. We also have Seychelles present, though we have a proxy in terms of the RWPC chair is representing the substantial member of parliament from this particular committee. We have South Africa present. They confirmed they're on their way. We have Zambia present, and we have Zimbabwe. Chair, apologies have come from Botswana, Eswatini, and Lesotho. With that mentioned, Chair, a quorum has been reached. We can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I forgot to introduce myself. Okay, Honorable Reggie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a correction. I'm not here by proxy. I'm a new member of the committee representing Honorable Saminade, who has been relieved of the responsibility. I'm the new member. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Reggie. What she read is what the secretary told her earlier, and that is also what you confirmed to me earlier. So these changes have just come abruptly. You are warmly welcome as a member. We highly appreciate having you in this room. My name is Shirley Raymond, and I'm the chairperson of the Gender, Women, and Youth Development. Okay, then. Just to request you, honorable members, I'm sure all of you received these minutes at earlier. They were circulated long time ago, and I believe all of you went through them. Unless there are corrections, and before we move there, may I request any one of you to move the adoption of the agenda.
I move for the adoption of the agenda, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Reggie. Who is going to support? Oh, I'm humbled. Our Vice President of SADC-PF has supported it. So, I hope that they are all in your gadgets, and those were the minutes of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, which was held on 25th November 2022, under the theme, Consolidating Democracy by Bringing Parliaments to the People. Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are correct record of the meeting. We shall consider the minutes page by page to accommodate any differences in pages across the languages. Secretary, please take us through the. Okay, I'm just reminded before we reach there, I should do the formal opening of the meeting. Honorable Maria Sabrina, the Vice President of SADC-PF. I hope all of you knows her. We are very pleased to see you around and to have you throughout our meeting. We also expected our SG, but I have just received a message that she had another very important thing to attend. honorable members of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, SADC-PF partners present, distinguished resource persons from Open Society Foundation Africa and Amnesty International. I'm not sure if he's already in the room. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to welcome you to the statutory meeting for the Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development today, which is being held under the theme, the role of parliamentarians in promoting gender and climate justice agenda in the SADC-PF region. I sincerely applaud you, honorable members, for making time to attend to this important meeting of the committee. I'm aware that some of you may have had to arrive many days before today to attend this meeting. SADC-PF relies on the commitment of the parliamentarians for it is to be able to effectively deliver on its mandate. Before I proceed, allow me to also extend a special welcome to our distinguished resource persons who have committed time to join us physically and virtually to engage the committee on this very critical theme of gender and climate change. Honorable members, distinguished guests, delegates, as you may have noted, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development has a loaded program, as we have seen in the agenda that we just adopted. The committee will consider the minutes of the last standing committee meetings held on 25th November 2022 during public hearings and to receive presentations and deliberate on the theme. The theme for the committee meeting is timely and appropriate in view of the reality that the world is grappling with effects of climate change. Evidence has shown that gender equality and climate justice are inextricably linked. In any climate crisis, it is women and girls who often face the greatest impacts from environmental degradation and natural disasters, as it is the case in many other spheres of life. The impacts are numerous, ranging from increased poverty to escalation in gender-based violence. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, pertaining to the SADC region, the picture is not different from the rest of the African continent, where women tend to be proportionally affected by climate change impacts. Our region continues to battle the challenge of gender inequality, with several member states struggling to eliminate both the evident and unseen barriers of gender inequality. Statistically, women have continued to lag behind their male counterparts in all spheres of national development. Additionally, youth faced various difficulties such as joblessness remain a major challenge. In terms of climate change, disparity in impacts according to gender has been aggravated by the existing gender inequalities, which are magnified by the gender norms and discriminations, among others. For instance, some areas in which climate change has affected women more negatively compared to men include agriculture production, food and nutrition security, health, water and energy, climate-related disaster, migration and conflict. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, to help the committee to unveil the nexus between gender and climate change and what we can do as parliamentarians, we shall receive presentations from our distinguished resource persons who will provide both conceptual and practical aspects regarding the theme and share the latest information and evidence regarding the way women and girls are disproportionately affected by climate change in the SADC region. The presentations will also highlight that interventions our parliaments thought their functions can reinforce gender equality and climate justice. It is my fervent hope that the expose It is my fervent hope that the expose will ignite robust engagement through deliberations as we explore the opportunities for parliaments to argument and accountability at all levels and assist the committee to make strategic proposals for strengthening the institutional capacity of parliaments to handle climate change related to issues within the context of their mandates. Ultimately, it is expected that our deliberations on the theme must result in the committee adopting concrete and actionable recommendations to the 53rd Plenary Assembly session. Honorable members, distinguished guests, on behalf of the committee and indeed on my own behalf, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and her team for their work in facilitating to this session to take place. Specifically, I would like to thank our committee secretary for today's session, Mrs. Ifoma Mabele Mulebwa from the Parliament of Zambia. Finally, I wish to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to Amnesty International and the Open Society Foundation Africa and other organizations and partners that will engage with us in today's discussions. Thank you for taking the time to join us. With these few words, I wish the meeting fruitful deliberations. I now declare this meeting officially opened. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Secretary, please take us through the minutes. Take us through the agendas. The agenda.
Sorry for that hiccup, Chair. I think with the going of power, we may need our ICT facilities to come. But however, the agenda which has been adopted reads as follows. We've moved with credentials, adoption of agenda. We've had the remarks from our chair. So we're at a stage where we're going to consider the minutes of the last meeting. I'll be able to project them as soon as ICT comes. Sorry, Chair, with power outages, we have these challenges. Thank you.
Okay, even when you cannot project them, I'll go page by page and just explain what was on the first page, and then I keep moving. First page was on the attendance and the apologies. If there's anyone who has a problem there, who don't see her or his name, he may just raise up the hand. And then the second page is just the list of the resource persons. And then agendas on the same second page, credentials and apologies, and then welcome remarks. Then we go to bullet 5. Consideration of minutes of the previous meeting, which I think is not an issue here as well. Bullet 6 or agenda number 6, presentation on the thematic issues of focus. In this presentation, we are done. 6.1, we had 6.2 on page 5, 6. You all have them in your PCs. 6.3, then we come to page 7, deliberations and recommendations of the first presentation. Then 6.3, presentation on girls drop out of school. And then we go to 6.4, presentation on how practical it is on female genital mutilation affecting the lives of women. 6.4, 6.5, testimonies were sent. And number 7, vote of thanks. Finally, I end up, there's where I'm requesting you, if this is what was presented on the previous meeting, then I'm requesting your permission to sign the minutes. Honorable members, may we take it those as our previous minutes? Or if there are any corrections, I'm waiting. Silence means everything okay. So we adopt those as our previous meetings. Thank you so much. No proposal for the meeting. We need to. Okay, may I request any of you, okay, Madam South Africa, honorable member.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the minutes as the true reflection of what transpired during the previous meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request, okay, Honorable Goodluck from Zimbabwe.
I second.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, while going through the minutes and having received them, there were places where we had deliberations. And now I'm requesting, we have a list of matters arising with our secretary, but still if there's any, otherwise we want to display them. And if there's anyone who has anything in mind, we're experiencing a problem with the IT. So while waiting, secretary may just read them through. They're just few, unless someone has something in mind. And in future, if you have anything in mind, we request you to report to the secretariat so that it is listed down.
Thank you, Chair. As soon as IT comes, we'll be able to project. But coming through the minutes, I'll remind members to go to the minutes under presentation on the protection of children against sexual abuse and exploitation, which was made by Mr. Marebu. The committee in discussing did take note that there was need for the establishment and maintenance of a command center on violence against children. And there was a proposal that it would be ensured that violence against children was specifically addressed, separate from gender-based violence. So, Chair, I don't know whether there is any report of an action in any country around these issues.
Thank you. Did any country attend to this? Since this is an ongoing issue, it's not a one-time thing. I'm sure all parliaments will be attending to it continuously. So I request you, members of parliament, to make a follow-up in your own parliaments and see that this thing is attended. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Point number 2, under a presentation on the protection of children against sexual abuse and exploitation, again by our same resource person, Mr. Marabu, the committee noted that there was need for increased funding for child protection services and for organizations which solely operated to protect and safeguard children.
Thank you, Secretary. May I request any member of parliament to share an experience in their own country, if there are any, and if you have attended this issue? May you speak loud? Yes, please.
Não, eu gostava só de que repetissem a pergunta, porque eu não entendi.
Okay, this was in our previous meeting, and we deliberated what is written. So this is coming as matters arising. Just as it is written there. So none of us attended it. Okay. Take it as a homework then, please.
Chair, for the third issue that was combed out as the matter arising, came from the presentation on why young women struggle for employment in the SADC region. That was a presentation made during the public hearing by somebody from SRHR Africa Trust. Sorry, I may struggle with the pronunciation of the name. So under that, there was a conversation on sexual exploitation in some member states resulted in perpetrators being charged with criminal offense. And when the case could not be proved beyond reasonable doubt, the perpetrator was set free, leading to the victims being victimized even more. That was the context. And it was submitted that member states should enact stiffer laws on sexual exploitation and establish fast-track courts to deal with these cases as a response to the challenge. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. This is a continuous issue in our SADC region. So I request members of parliament, for those who have already started dealing with it, to continue dealing with it. And for those who have not started, should take it on board, and please make it as an assignment for you to monitor this issue. It's a complaint all over, from uni students, and even the one who gave testimony on that visual meeting, if you may recall, for those who attended. It's still a problem, so we should all take care of this. Unless there is someone want to share from his or her country. If none, then we continue. Yes, Honorable Mulebo.
I think it's not so much of experience in my country, but you called for stiffer laws to protect the young girls and so on. I'm quite disappointed to note that most of the times in Africa we have good laws, but what we lack is political will to ensure that the laws we have are enforced. And most of the times you find that corruption actually leads the way, in the sense that if, for example, whoever the perpetrator is has money to bribe their way through, these cases don't go anywhere. So my burden for Africa really is to have leadership that will mean what they say and say what they mean. Where when a law is put in place, we ensure that it is enforced. Otherwise, we'll keep on having these meetings and keep on making laws. It's not really because there aren't laws. The laws are there, but our leadership is too corrupt. So sorry to use that word. Every office you go to, as long as money is shown, these cases don't go anywhere. So I thought I could comment on that. Really. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jeff. But seated right here are the lawmakers, and we have just said that we make the good laws, but then they are not followed. Now, if I may ask for your elaboration, who are going to monitor, or who are the people to see that those laws are made? Because we are the people who are sitting here are the representatives of the people. Now, are we pointing fingers to the executive or to ourselves? Just be precise.
Well, definitely the finger is off the lawmakers, because once the law is made, then we've done our job. It's the holders of various offices. For example, you look at the way, because cases like this would be criminal offenses, which by nature should start with the police. So when somebody goes with money to the police will find a way to underplay such cases or simply crush them out. So the problem is not with us, the lawmakers. The problem is with the office holders. And I could say a lot about this, but I think, I'm hoping that I've been elaborate enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I see another finger. You're welcome, Honorable from Angola, Teresa. Sorry if I missed your name. I'm sorry, but you may correct me. Go ahead.
Obrigada, Sra. Presidente da Sessão. Falou bem o meu nome, sim. Falou bem o meu nome, é mesmo Teresa. Ok. Eu gostava também de dizer que a questão da violência contra a mulher, por exemplo, nós em Angola temos leis que de alguma forma acabam resguardando essas mulheres. Eu penso que é preciso continuarmos a fazer, e pode ser, acho que de forma transversal, porque nós somos africanos, as nossas culturas são quase parecidas, com alguma diferença, mas nem tanto, é incentivarmos, se calhar, a questão da denúncia, que o ilustre deputado falou, porque às vezes nós, as mulheres que somos vitimizadas, muitas vezes somos nós que, mesmo que queixamos a polícia, às vezes nós mesmos é que vamos e retiramos a queixa. Também por tabus culturais, né? Às vezes tem mulheres que também sofrem violência, não conseguem denunciar porque tem algo por detrás, fatores culturais que não permitem, às vezes é a vergonha. E também a questão desproporcional em relação ao pagamento, mas temos o pagamento da polícia, que o senhor deputado falou, mas temos que incentivar e mostrar às pessoas que, mesmo que essas práticas que são negativas aconteçam, mas é necessário que se crie as questões de denúncia. Se viu que tem polícia que fazem isso, é preciso denunciar. Em Angola, por exemplo, temos uma linha telefônica que pode ser utilizada por qualquer pessoa que presencie, por exemplo, qualquer ato de violência. E a pessoa tem sigilo, não se diz quem é que fez a denúncia anônima. Eu diria que podíamos continuar incentivando a denúncia, mesmo denunciando esses polícias que são corruptos, porque não é só em um país, é em vários mesmo. A corrupção, às vezes, na polícia aparece. Mas o espírito de denúncia em relação às mulheres, não podemos nos manter caladas e sofrer porque queremos, às vezes, aparentar uma relação boa que não é boa. Vivemos oprimidas. Era só essa a minha contribuição. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. You have said it all. I think all of you have heard it, so I have no need to repeat what she said, but this is what is happening. So,
Thank you, Chair. Point number 4, that was picked out of the matters arising as well, was a presentation on why girls drop out of school by Ms. Foster from Sexual Reproductive Health Rights Africa Trust. And just to give it context, comprehensive sexuality education in schools was critical. It was observed in providing information that would avert vices such as teenage pregnancy. It was then submitted that there was a need to increase budgetary allocation towards school health programs that would facilitate young people's access to sexual reproductive health services and provide conducive environments for the provision of these stated services. If my memory serves me right, there was also an issue of sanitary ware around that and other programs that services that can be given to school-going children. Thank you.
thank you very much, Secretariat. I would like to hear something from other parliaments, how much they've done this on assisting those girls to, on assisting or requesting the executive to increase budget on that area, maybe for free sanitary pads or to build hostels near the schools so that the students shouldn't walk too far, especially girls. Any of your countries who have started any activity to support those girls? Welcome, Madam Reggie, Honorable Reggie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seychelles has started with a program of giving us free sanitary towels to children, to all girls in schools. This came after I brought a motion to the parliament, which was approved, and it was taken up by the president. And we lobby for a donor. So we have somebody from the private sector who is giving out the free sanitary pad. He's a partner, so every girl in school is getting a free sanitary towel since the end of this year.
Thank you so much. Any other country where they are giving free sanitary pads? Showing hands means all those countries are getting free sanitary pads. I think we should clap for that step. And also for those which we have not started. Pardon? Did you? I asked.
But we need to know the how part of it. We need to know the how part of it.
In this meeting, we just want to know how have you attended that issue? Now the how will go privately, because if we go for the how in this meeting, we are not going to end the meeting. So I'm requesting you to applaud for those who have already started, because we agreed here. Now, if you want to know the ABC of how Seychelles managed to get, we'll get Madam Honorable Reggie somewhere over a cup of tea and learn from her. I think so. Otherwise, if we started sharing the experience of ABC of moving there, after all, every country have its way of budgeting. Please allow me for that. Just join me to clap for those who have started already. Thank you very much. And I'm really very happy for the step which you have started. Thank you.
But Chair, I'm still contesting that thing.
That we start listening for
Not
those stories.
that. But I think it's good to share the good experiences so that we'll be able to benchmark. Because I don't think the strategies that they are using is the same. To get one or two in order to know how are they manage to do that as a country.
Thank you, Honorable. But for those who are listening, she said that she tabled a private motion in the parliament. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Now,
Madam
about
Chair.
how to write the motion, it all depends every parliament. But she tabled a private motion.
I table a private motion which was unanimously approved by both parties, and the president, being an ex-member of the SADC PF, took it personally, and we lobby to have donor. We got a construction company who is willing to help, and he's the one that is giving out the batch of sanitary towel to the school.
I had the same, and that's the answer. Sorry, I skipped your name, but you're welcome, Honorable, from Maria. Maria from Mozambique.
Big.
Yes, Maria.
Desculpa. Eu queria dar o nosso exemplo do país, Moçambique. Temos programa da primeira-dama. Este programa chama-se, da rapariga, chama-se Eu Sou Capaz, onde neste programa distribui-se, portanto, lanche às alunas e também distribui-se kit de higienização, que contém todo o material de higiene, pensos e outras coisas. E é programa que está a ajudar bastante a manter a rapariga nas escolas. Portanto, eu queria deixar este exemplo, que para nós está a ser exemplo muito bom, e não queria deixar passar, portanto, esta contribuição. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maria from Mozambique. I think we should also clap for your country as well. A very good step. I wish all of the SADC region would do what you are doing in Mozambique and what they are doing in Seychelles. Something from Zambia? You're welcome, Vice President.
I just wanted to share something that didn't really quite work for Mauritius so that other members can benefit from it. This proposal to give free sanitary towels to girls in school in Mauritius was welcomed a year ago through the Ministry of Social Security. But after a year, we realized that it didn't quite work because different women, different girls, they had different needs. So their request was different. So some of them was not accepting the standard pads that we were handing over. So now there is a new amendment to the budget, which will be presented shortly. We have decided to give an allowance for the girls to be able, at school, to be able to purchase their own sanitary towels. Maybe this information can be useful to others who want to implement this scheme in their respective countries.
Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, that one sounds also very nice because in Tanzania, we started with removing taxes, but it didn't work. So giving allowance straight to the students might work better. Thank you. So have you started giving the allowances? Oh, you are now planning to give this? Okay, once it's given, then we'll come and clap for you. Otherwise. Jeff, are you on that or something new?
No, I just want to hear how they are going to enforce the usage of the allowance. Is that allowance coming in monetary form?
Yes.
So how are you going to ensure that that money is not diverted to powders or other cosmetic or
Wait until we reach the bridge and then we'll cross it. Just wait.
Okay.
Don't,
All right.
in the parliament, we say that don't bring premature motion. Honorable Rosberg.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. In Malawi, we lobbied for it, but the government just took away the income tax on the sanitary pads. So we cannot say the girls are receiving free sanitary pads. I submit.
So they took away the taxes, and then is it work if they started, if the price has gone down?
In some shops, yes, but in other shops, the prices are still high. So there's need to unify the prices countrywide.
Yes,
Thank
thank you very
Namibia,
much, Honorable Chair. I am not far from others, but I just want to share what the Namibian government is also doing regarding the sanitary pads. Last year, we had a motion tabled by the Deputy Minister of Information and Technology, requesting the government of Namibia to eliminate all form of taxes on sanitary pads. And that motion was tabled in Parliament and it was passed. And as we speak in Namibia, we are not charged with tax on sanitary pads. I think it is also a move towards the goal that we wanted to achieve, because this motion includes the school girls. They are our priorities. And I hope there will be a time when the government of Namibia will totally eliminate the cost on the cost on sanitary pads, more special for girls who are going to school. So submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So when we meet next, we will report if it worked or if only the shop, I mean, those people with grocery or shops are the one who are benefiting, because there's that issue of removing taxes, but then the price is not going down. Thank you. So, progress.
Thank you, Chair. On point, the next point, presentation on why girls drop out from school. On the same presentation, there was also a recommendation or a proposal that the committee needs to strengthen its engagement with communities and traditional leaders so that they could advocate for sexual reproductive health services and comprehensive sexuality education in schools.
Quiet means things still in progress. As you all know that our activities are not a one-time activity, it's a continuous activity. And the presenters were just there to provoke us that we discuss it more, and as parliamentarians and people of this committee should be champions for that. Progress.
Thank you, Chair. The last issue that was combed out of the last minutes in terms of matters arising was the aspect of a presentation on how practices such as female genital mutilation, in short, FGM, affects the lives of women. And around that, there was a contextual discussion. The practice of FGM occurred due to low levels of education. In this regard, there was need to continue the conversation around FGM within the country with members of parliament committing to take action on the practice. There was need for community awareness and sensitization of general public by highlighting that the practice of FGM was a violation of women's rights and a form of gender-based violence. Further, the stakeholders appealed to member states to enact laws to address FGM, especially with regard to the protection, prevention, and prosecution of perpetrators of FGM. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And for those who are on the visual meeting, and maybe those who also read well the minutes, my country appeared there, and the northern part of it where there are the Maasais and those people of that, people who do not stay in one place, they keep moving. The Maasai people and the other tribes are very much on that. So the education is still on and on. It's not a one-time thing, but of late we don't have a lot of reported cases. So it seems that people now are aware of what they're doing is not good for the female, especially, is really gender-based violence of the highest order. So I don't know other countries if this is also practiced, and if no show of hand means of late the thing is going out. Any of you? Okay, we don't need to dwell on it, but soon it will be eradicated. Thank you.
Chair, that was the last of what was combed out, unless members have other matters arising from the text. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Muleba.
It's not so much of a matter arising, but I've just got the communication here. The Zambian Parliament approved the distribution of sanitary pads to girls who are in public schools. So we are on course on that. So I didn't want to leave a void, especially look like we are not moving with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Muleba. So on top of removing the taxes, they've started distributing the sanitary pads now in Zambia. So we should also applaud for Zambia. Okay.
Definitely. That was the reason for bringing it. It's an applaud that I'm looking for.
And when you come next, please bring us those figures. May you join me to clap for Zambia? So this brings us to the end of our minutes and matters arising. And thanking you again, having gone through that. I think we should now go for break while I'm signing those, after all those amendments. And the break is only 10 minutes. So will you please be here by, we want to check if our resource persons are here because they were on the way. Traffic jam. So if they are not, I think we are going to close the meeting. Thank you. I give you room for your health break. 15 minutes.
Namibia,
Namibia, you have a show of hand?
Very.
I don't see it. Excuse me? No. Will you please put on the mic?
Okay, thank you very much.
You are too tall.
Yes, that's
taller than Muleba next to you.
Yeah, that's good. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Mine is not a comment, but it's a concern that I just noticed here on the minutes and so on. It was difficult for me to find the recommendations and the resolutions taken by the committee. And thus I could not note immediately what we were supposed to bring in here. I thought maybe the formulation of the minutes could be looked at, and more especially when it comes to recommendations, so that we can go to those recommendations without reading the entire thing. So then we have less time to at least identify what is needed to be done. And on the other hand, this is my second time attending this meeting, and I just need somebody to take me through whether when we take a resolution, a decision here, we agreed on something. Does it mean immediately I have to act on it with my parliament, or how it is done? Because I have never had a report of this kind from our colleagues. Should I, as a woman in any parliament, pick up this thing on internet, maybe, and try to table a motion on something that was decided upon here? Or are we expected, we as members of this committee, to do those motions into our parliament? Which one should we do? I just really need to be clear on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for that very good observation and the good questions. Maybe I should take you back. The one we were just discussing, or the minutes which we are just going through, was a visual presentations on public hearing from different partners all over the region. And by then everybody was at his area or his country listening, so it was visual. And those who attended as they are seen in the minutes. Maybe by then it was Paula who attended the meeting. So what you have there are the minutes. Now, after the presentations from different resource persons and those stakeholders, we came up with deliberations. In your iPad or in your computer then of the minutes, after every presentations, we had deliberations. And now what Secretariat did on those deliberations, we came up with matters arising. How did every country attended to it? It was a different meeting from the one we are holding right now. This today is a physical meeting. This caucus, this committee meeting here, we are having each other. We can talk and debate. But that one was the visual presentations. And then we came up with what is in your laptops or computers or iPads. So that is one thing, which is the two meetings are different. And secondly, you said, now, what are we as committee members supposed to do? You go through the deliberations. What did we agree to? How are you going to face your parliament? What can you attend? As Honorable Reggie from Seychelles, she said that she tabled a private motion and it worked. So there's no ABC or familiar things whereby we can say, okay, let all of us do this and that. No, it doesn't work like that. Every parliament has its own way of doing things. But what we agree in our committee, then you take it home as an assignment and see what you can attend and come up with results. Maybe for people who have been here long, like Honorable Mulebo can assist. Please, Jeff. Jeff. Maybe other honorable, other female honorables are also surprised. Why do we have only one male? And this male, we should use him as a punching box. Come and use mine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Sorry. All right, thank you. It's all right. Oh, right, okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think the bottom line is to understand that as SADC, we are not yet Parliament. If we had been a Parliament, I think our word would be binding. As at now, each Parliament seemed to be operating in the way they deem whatever to be correct. But I actually have a passion over this SADC business, because when I look at sometimes the way we deal with issues, we are far from attaining our goal. What would normally happen, if I may give you an example of what happens in the European Union, once the European Union passes a law, each member state is given a time. Normally, it's not above 2 years. They are given a time in which to implement what the European Union Parliament would have passed. That would mean that whatever would pass as SADC, if we were a Parliament, would have power. As at now, I think we are at the discretion of our different parliaments. So the way forward, like you've rightly put it, it should have been vice versa. When we pass a law here, the member state should automatically have a time frame to implement what we've passed here. But as it is, we will talk, and it will be up to our parliament to adopt what we've discussed here or not. So we have a lot more work to do, and there's supposed to be a court of justice that either individuals or member states can run to if something has not gone right in the SADC region. So I think that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. But just to add on what you said, I also want other committee members to know that we're at a stage of committee. Now, as minutes of committee, we forward them to the SADC Secretariat, then they forward them to the plenary. We are just sitting as a committee. Just take your, flashback to your parliaments and see when the committee sit and how it goes to the House. It's the same process with SADC here. This is a committee, and we have other committees. So this is our committee issues, then they are taken to the plenary. Thank you. I submit to you. You're welcome, Honorable.
Merci, Présidente. Juste pour ajouter seulement ce que il a dit l'honorable tout à l'heure. Comme par exemple chez nous à Madagascar, il y a plusieurs lois qu'on a déjà votées chez nous. C'est après qu'on a discuté ici au niveau de la SADC. Donc, on avait déjà cette loi avant qu'on a discuté ici. Et ce qu'on a fait, donc, c'est juste pour renforcer ce qu'on a déjà. C'est comme ça notre expérience. C'est pas forcément on n'avait pas cette loi et qu'on discute ici, mais comme nous, par exemple, comme je viens de le dire, on en avait, mais après, on a discuté ici et ça renforce ce qu'on a déjà. Mais les problèmes chez nous aussi, comme dit l'honorable tout à l'heure, il y a beaucoup de pays dans notre continent africain qui n'appliquent pas du tout la loi. On vote, on ratifie, mais on n'a jamais appliqué cette loi. Et tout le temps, on discute la même chose. On n'a jamais, les problèmes, c'est toujours là. On n'a jamais résolu les problèmes là, alors qu'on pense qu'une nouvelle loi, que ça va changer les situations, mais non. Moi, je pense que c'est la volonté politique qui doit changer des choses. Merci.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marie. You've said it well. I have a hand from Congo, but before I give you room, Honorable Marie, again, I want to mention something. It's very exciting and, giving more hope when you give people room to go for health break and they want to carry on with the discussions. So we've opened the discussions again. Maybe health break will come later. I'm following what you want, because me as a chair, I may say, go for health break, and then you all get seated. So we've started afresh. Thank you so much. Welcome. You may listen to Honorable Marie from Congo. DRC.
Merci, Présidente, pour la parole. Je voudrais emboîter les pas à ma collègue qui a parlé tout à l'heure. Certes, dans nos pays, les lois ont été votées et avec certains amendements dont certains articles ne figurent pas dans la loi, ces lois-là sont susceptibles d'être amendées afin de se conformer en fait aux lois types de la SADC. Alors, ce que je voudrais proposer, c'est que lorsque nous avons des assises, l'objectif, c'est que on doit appliquer les propositions, on doit appliquer les réflexions que nous menons au niveau de la SADC. Or, il y a ceux qui doivent faire appliquer les lois, notamment les chefs d'État. Je propose, lorsqu'il y a une rencontre des chefs d'État de la SADC, c'est nécessaire que le secrétaire général, par exemple, de notre organisation, soit là, peut-être pour faire des exposés par rapport aux modifications de certaines lois, aux modifications de certaines propositions que nous faisons au niveau des forums. À ce moment-là, ça interpelle aussi les présidents, nos présidents respectifs de nos pays, qu'il y a bien des choses qu'ils doivent modifier. Il ne suffit pas seulement que nous puissions voter des lois, il faut que ces lois-là soient appliquées. Et à ce moment-là, en tant que forum, nous pourrions atteindre nos objectifs. C'est vrai qu'il y a des correspondances qui parviennent dans nos pays à travers nos secrétaires généraux, deux assemblées nationales plutôt, mais je suggère que lorsqu'il y a une rencontre des présidents de la République, il faut une touche du forum pour qu'on nous comprenne que les propositions que nous faisons, c'est pour améliorer en fait la gouvernance par rapport aux réflexions qui sont menées au niveau du forum de la SADC. Voilà un peu ma suggestion. Merci.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marie. Claire want to assist. Please, Claire, come forward. Claire is an official from the Secretariat.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just wanted to clarify in terms of the process so that members are clear. As the chair has already explained, this is a committee. Once you pass a resolution here, your report will go to the plenary. Once the plenary assembly adopts that report, what actually the Secretariat does is exactly what Honorable Anne-Marie has referred to. The Secretariat picks up all the resolutions that are adopted by plenary and does one document, which we send to the parliaments through the office of the clerk. Then according to our rules, I think it's rule 6 or rule 11, I don't have it off the top of my head. The rules require that each parliament must then submit those resolutions that require executive action to their executive. The only issue is that the Secretariat, the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, cannot write directly, for example, to the Ministry of Health or to the Ministry of Education of the various countries. We actually write through the parliament because we are a parliamentary organization. And then what should happen ordinarily is that at that point, the members of this committee, as Honorable from Namibia was suggesting, could then pick up those resolutions and perhaps move a motion, as Honorable Esperon did in the sessions, on specific issues which can be subjected to parliamentary action directly. But there are certain things, Honorable members, which will agree, for example, changes in policy, which have to be done by the executive. So for those, your role, as in any ordinary parliamentary setting, is to begin to advocate for those changes. So that's the process as it is. Currently, we are in the process of trying to revive the practice of country reports at the plenary assembly. So hopefully, as the country reports come back, there will be those reports updating the forum on what actions have been taken on the previous resolutions. Hopefully that is a way forward, which will complete the cycle so that then the forum can again pick up those areas which still require more action for further recommendation. I hope that I have helped to clarify a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. And I'm sure everybody now understands what we are on one line. Thank you, honorables. With that sigh of clapping from Honorable Maria Ndulambango from DRC, I'm sure she's pleased with the answer. Thank you, Claire. Okay. Not really requesting, but I'm offering you, I'm giving you a second offer. You may now go for your health break, please, and come back.
Azafat.
Okay. It's already good afternoon. Honorable members of parliament, honorable vice president of SADC. I am sure you have been waiting impatiently, but patiently. You're all very patient. All the seats are full, waiting for this son of Africa, Titus, who has just arrived. He was on a traffic jam. He decided to leave his car behind and come here by, what is this? What do you call this? Motorbike. Motorbike. You see how efficient he can be. His name is Titus. He is from the roots of Zimbabwe. He worked in 25 countries, but he had studied law, economics, international affairs, and all you can mention. He worked in UN, he worked in private sectors, he also worked in Oxfam. He studied in Stanford Fellow, uni, but as well, he will tell you more about himself when the technical people are fixing those things. He has partners in 200 countries in Africa. It might be in Tanzania, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, all. But in front of you are members of parliament from SADC region, but this is the Committee of Gender, Youth and Women and Youth, and we've been waiting for you to learn something about climate change and how we can be assisted. As I mentioned, those two groups, the women, the youth, and those disabled people are the ones whom we feel they are very disadvantaged. Having said the least, the rest he will add. May I now invite you to listen to him and make progress. The older men say that it's better late than never. And you are really very patient. At this juncture, may I thank you all for being so patient and waiting eagerly to learn. Now, being one of the students, I'm leaving this chair to Titus so that he may continue. In Swahili, we say karibu. In this local language, you say welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Karibu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for, should I see it? Okay. Thank you very much for your indulgence. Huge apologies. Was caught up in a meeting at Southern Sun, which ran late. The good thing is it had something to do with some of what we're going to discuss today. My name is Titus Gwemendev, you've heard. I was working with some of the colleagues who are putting together the Africa Climate Action Summit in Nairobi, which is being hosted by the government of Kenya. So we're planning and seeing how we can support that initiative. But it's a climate change initiative. I'm sure some of you will be there. This is about Africa coming up with a common position around climate change as we prepare for COP28 in Dubai. I assume some of you will be there. So I can talk a bit about some of that work and how it affects all of us. This afternoon, I'll speak briefly on I could say this is the brief structure of my presentation. I will give a brief overview around gender dimensions of climate change. I will talk about accountability over climate change,
if we're going to address the complex issues around climate change, I think we have to start analyzing where accountability lies and where solutions come from. I'll speak briefly around responses to climate change and how that affects women, young people, and girls, and specifically just a tiny taster around the rise of renewables. And I'll finish with how we can improve women's adaptive resilience to climate change. Just briefly, maybe I will say things that may be obvious to a lot of honorable members who are here. Climate change is not gender neutral. It affects all of us, but it affects us in a different way. It's an all of society's phenomenon, but it affects us in a very different way. It amplifies existing gender inequities. I think that's a critical issue around amplification of pre-existing issues. So if things were bad, it makes things bad to worse in terms of power in society and in terms of relations amongst genders and in terms of vulnerability. And more specifically, as you can imagine, across the world, women depend more on agriculture and on land, and yet they have less access to that. And often with climate change, there becomes a disproportionate responsibility for securing food, water, and fuel. And so what you see with climate change or with dry seasons is women begin to be more involved around spending a lot more time looking for food, which exposes them to danger. I could give you examples of statistics of women who are raped while looking for food or looking for firewood or looking for, so it multiplies vulnerability of women because of drought. Agriculture is the most important employment sector for women, as you can imagine. And so when climate change affects agriculture, it weakens women's agency. And it reduces women's ability to fend for themselves and to provide livelihoods. This adds pressure to girls who often have to leave school in order to find ways of increasing food off the table. So you have a nation that is less girls who are educated. So it's a spiral. Natural disasters, as you might know, we had cyclone in Malawi, in Mozambique, in Zimbabwe. Women are less likely to survive during natural disasters around climate change, whether it's floods or, and for many reasons. Statistics shows that it is men who are saved more, they're considered more important. It is boy children who are saved more than women, and women tend to drown in floods because they are the ones trying to save their kids. In Chimanimani, if you look at some of the stats, you will see the vulnerability of women. So women tend to survive less during natural disasters. In the aftermath, women and girls are less able to access relief and assistance, further threatening their livelihoods and existence. But there's a health dimension to climate change and women. Women and girls' rights, health is endangered by climate change and disasters by limiting their access to healthcare. Research also shows that when you have extreme heat due to climate change, you have a rise in incidence of stillbirth. And so while often we wonder what explains some of it is climate change, the increased incidences of stillbirth. And climate change is increasing the spread of vector-borne illness like malaria, dengue, Zika virus, which are linked to worse maternal and neonatal outcomes. So imagine what that means for women and healthcare, what it means for bills, what it means for their lifespan and stuff like that. And that's directly linked to climate change. But overall, the critical thing, if you have to remember, one key message is living is climate change fundamentally is a threat multiplier. It is a threat multiplier in society, meaning it escalates social, political, and economic tensions in fragile and conflict-affected settings. I'm sure you now know, especially in the home, the spectra of climate-driven conflict or climate migration, where vast communities have to migrate from their areas. You know, there are places where you can say stones now grow better than crops. So people decide to migrate from that place. Then they move to a new place which they think is greener, which puts pressure on that locale. And you then have conflict and fighting over resources, and often it is women who lose most. So it is a threat multiplier. Why is this important? It is important because climate change is no longer just a health issue, it's no longer just a women's issue, it's become a national security issue. So there are security dimensions to climate change. It drives conflict across the world. Women and girls faced with increased vulnerabilities to all gender-based violence. included conflict-related sexual violence, human trafficking, child marriages, and forms of violence. When the land ceases to produce, you start producing or selling your kids, girl children being forced into marriages and stuff like that. But you can also look at climate change through an intersectional lens. And the intersectional lens basically is looking at climate change through the lens of intersectional feminism, in which, and with intersectional lens, you're saying various forms of inequality often operate together and exacerbate each other. So while climate change affects all of us in Africa, it affects us in very, very different ways. Climate change affects women, but the way it affects a woman who is in this room and a woman in Ziguinchor in rural Senegal is very different. So you also want to aggregate all these vulnerabilities and emphasize the fact that various forms of inequality often operate together and they exacerbate each other. So having said that, it is clear that climate change risks are acute for indigenous Afro-descendant women and girls, older women, women and girls who have disabilities, and migrant women. So of all the vulnerabilities, these are the most vulnerable women. So if we're thinking about the program of action, it has to first target these ones. And those living in the hinterlands, which is the rural, remote, conflict, disaster-prone areas, they are the most. Climate change cannot be addressed without a proper analysis and accountability over its causes and drivers. Because the next question is, you talk about all these things, rape, neonatal outcomes, natural disasters. So how do we solve them? You can't solve the climate change question unless we address or analyze accountability over its causes and its drivers. How and who must respond to climate change? Now, it is not our problem. I think that's the first point I would say around accountability. Climate change impacts Africa most acutely, but it is a problem that wasn't started or originating in Africa, because Africa is already on net zero. By that, I mean over 689 million on Earth have no access to electricity. And of those 789 million, 600 million of them are in Africa. If you have 600 million people who don't have access to electricity on the continent, the next question is, so who is causing climate change? It is not us. Just to illustrate the point, even in the region's largest economies, the average annual per capita electricity consumption is under 200 kilowatt hours. I can give you Ethiopia. The average Ethiopian uses 130 kilowatt hours of electricity, which is equivalent to 4 days use of electricity for an average American. Or I can give you the story of video games. The amount of power used to fire video games in California, the energy they use playing video games, is more than the energy that is used by Kenya nationally or Nigeria. The average African uses more energy, or the average fridge in the US uses more energy than the average African. So this is not our problem. I mean, we didn't cause this. So while we feel the impacts in a very acute way, it is critical for the members to understand and to remember that it is not our problem. And I'm trying to get to a place when I say it is not our problem. In fact, on the continent, we're still using ox-drawn plows. In fact, our energy isn't fuel. Our energy is muscles. How do you farm? People still use muscles. We are not using the energy that drives climate change. I want you to remember this, like this just illustration, if you can. 48 sub-Saharan African countries outside South Africa, now collectively home to more than 1 billion people, are responsible for just 0.5% of cumulative carbon dioxide emissions. I want you to think about that. We are most acutely affected, but the vast majority of us didn't cause this. I know we like to talk about crimes against humanity almost liberally, but people have not talked about accountability over climate change in ways that are sufficient. And it is important for us to talk much more loudly around that. I'm sure you've seen that the majority of emissions come from North America, from Asia, and Africa. I'm sure you couldn't even find Africa there. It's such a tiny, tiny little thing. Energy use. Can you look at the fridge right there? Uses more energy. All our large economies here, we call them rising, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Nigeria. The energy you use as an average citizen in those countries is less than a fridge. Just remember that. Global primary energy consumption by source, look at where the source of our energy is. It is coal, it is oil. So renewables are just a tiny one. So it is still those, and much of those is not really here. Renewables, which are the solution, at the moment it's 6% generation worldwide, which is 0.2 in 2000. By 2010, the average cost of electricity from solar PV wind has fallen by 73 to 22. Why am I saying this? I'm trying to say, even though climate change remains acute, sadly, we are still fundamentally a fossil fuel-led civilization. It's almost like we don't know how to win ourselves. When you woke up this morning, you use toothpaste, fossil fuels. You use cologne, probably an expensive one, fossil fuels. You're sitting on a chair of iron, the steel, fossil fuels. Plastic, fossil fuels. We're in a beautiful hotel, that's cement and concrete, fossil fuels. So fundamentally, we're still a fossil fuel-led civilization. So what is happening and where do women come in? And I think you will be able to tie it all together when I die. It is the rise of renewables. Because when we're talking about climate change, I think it's important for members to not just look at climate change in terms of impact, or women are going to be raped, but is to look at the opportunities and what it means for women, for young people, and for youth. And so the key phenomenon within climate change and the key development that is worth looking at is the rise of renewables. Rapid growth of renewable energy is therefore likely to shift power and influence in some states, some countries, some regions. Countries that used to produce more oil in the next 50 years, they will have less influence. And the countries that produce more renewable energy may have a lot more influence. So what it means is you're going to see a shift of power, both at a macro and at a micro level. Equally important is the position of clean energy race. The commercial race becomes, it's going to be a commercial race, and those who are leaders in renewable energy technology are always going to be the leaders. So although the issue is highly complex, innovation will be a key determinant of the pace of change and its impact. But the key issue is, as we're grappling around how do we solve climate change, we're saying, okay, we have to use more clean energy. The key issue for us to learn then is the clean energy revolution must shift gender stereotypes and must dismantle gender inequities and must shift how power was shifted. Part of the problem is the carbon-intensive production model was male-centered. Northern American and Northern European male-centered production model. And we're saying if we have to flip it to clean energy, it shouldn't just be clean energy, but we have to reorder how power is. Women have to participate across the value chain of critical clean energy sources. In other words, the ownership of clean energy sources, the production of clean energy sources, the innovation around clean energy sources must involve women. And the role of the legislator is to ensure that women are given the capabilities to be able to participate across the value chain of clean energy sources. So I'm saying this is crucial because we want to go beyond just talking about saving women from floods to saying let's position women, young people, and youth across the region to be key agents and players across the value chain. So the shift to renewable energy may reshuffle political and economic power because renewables tend to decentralize and democratize energy systems. What do I mean? Fossil fuels, they tend to occur in specific regions like Saudi Arabia, like Gulf states, like Nigeria. Those countries that produce oil, they tend to have more power geopolitically. But with renewables, with sun is everywhere. Every African country has sun. What it then means is influence that accrues from production of carbon-intensive resources is going to be weakened because everybody else is going to be able to produce their own energy. So what solar or what clean energy will do politically beyond the economics is it's going to democratize power and bring up much more vulnerable groups into agents and decision-making roles. So what does it mean? What does it mean for an MP? I talked about the damage that climate change causes to women, to health, to conflict, to violence, to our bodies and our economies. But how do we move from there? I think we move when we accept that climate change is anthropogenic. In other words, it is caused by the actions of human beings. If it's caused by the actions of human beings, the question is, who are those human beings? Who are those companies? And we showed you the countries that are most responsible. Then the next question is, so what does it mean for us as MPs? There's what is called the loss and damages facility. Those who went to Sharm el-Sheikh last year, you know, the COP27 conference was in Africa. And one of the things that came up was there was an agreement to establish what is called the loss and damages facility. The loss and damages facility says this: the money that needs to be raised to address the damage that comes with floods, with hurricanes, that is loss and damage. But the country that is a victim of that should receive money by those or from those who caused the climate change. In other words, Malawi does not have to borrow in order to build roads because of climate change. Zimbabwe, Mozambique, they experience climate change, but the loss and damages should not be paid for by a debt from IMF. We need a loss and damage facility, which is large sums of money put in a fund in which, if Mozambique experiences a flood, it can tap into the loss and damage facility and pay for that. Because I didn't cause climate change, the damage should not cause me to be more debt distressed. So that's the whole concept of a loss and damage facility. And what are we saying? We're saying MPs need to come to the party when it comes to talking about this. First of all, talking about the importance of a loss and damage facility. We now have it. Second thing is the resources of the loss and damage facility. You can have a fund on paper, but as long as it doesn't have money, so what? And the people who are negotiating this are called the Africa Group of Negotiators, which are negotiators from every country in Africa. They are negotiating at the COP. But these are technical guys. They are not campaigners, but MPs are politicians. We want the loss and damage conversation to be in the public domain. It must be in parliament. We have to talk about the need for Africa to be given loss and damages money. Otherwise, our economies are never going to recover. So resourcing the loss and damage facility is one of the key things that MPs need to work on. Climate finance. Climate finance, we always hear about climate finance, and I'm sure you're hearing, the government, Minister of Finance has signed a $250 million climate funds facility. But often it is debt. We're in South Africa right now. There was a lot of noise around 8.5 billion to help South Africa transition. Look at that 8.5 billion. It is not grants. It is debt creating loans at very high interest rates. And the problem is the more floods you have, the higher the interest rates that you have to pay if you look for money on the capital markets. And that's the problem. Your climate vulnerability makes it harder for you to access cheap money. That's the unfair part. So when we're talking about climate finance and loss and damages, we are saying climate finance for Africa must be cheap money. It must be long-term, and it must be largely grants. And so MPs must always be suspicious of all these loans that you have to approve in parliament. And they say, no, it's climate finance money. Look at the interest rates. Look at how it is structured. We need more money that's more grants, less interest, and largely concessional. The third one is there's money that we're talking about that should come from outside, which is countries that caused the emissions should pay. The next one is there's money that we can mobilize internally, which is mobilizing money through your domestic capital markets. And for that, I want to give the example of pension funds. And MPs have a role to play there. Our pension funds as Africans, I have to say, they have to come to the conversation here. If I ask you on average, what pension funds are investing in your country, you're probably going to tell me one or two things. Malls, isn't it? Large, grotesque malls that are empty and busy selling European products. All empty buildings. I mean, the skyline in SADC has improved radically. I mean, you can now take pictures as you travel, beautiful. But a lot of the buildings are empty. So we are investing money in almost dead assets or assets that are not generating any revenue, when we could be investing that money in building Africa's adaptive resilience and Africa's positioning in the clean energy race. Now, when you look at Southeast Asia, pension funds are the leaders in investing in clean energy. So I'm saying we have climate change as a threat multiplier on the continent. We have climate change as an opportunity. But if we're going to do that, our own domestic capital markets have to start investing in the right things. And so we have to start calling them to come to parliamentary hearings and question their investment. It's not enough to just build a tall building or a nice mall. It's to say, but how are you positioning our country to be relevant in the next green revolution that is happening? And pension funds have to come to the party, especially if you look at what Southeast Asia has done. Their state banks are investing. Look at Germany. Germany has a program called GEWAYD. GEWAYD is the German government working on ensuring that they invest in clean energy. At the moment, we don't have enough African governments that are positioning pension funds in ways that make sense on clean energy. And the good thing is that African pension funds are well positioned because average age is 25, 30. Meaning a lot of this money will not be used for the next 20 to 30 years. Whereas in Japan, the people are old. But in Africa, you can invest in projects that will mature decades later. So our pension funds should be leading on this. But see, climate change and energy transition narrative as a business opportunity. I said it is important to not look at climate change just as victims. Africans, we are victims of floods. Africans, our trees are disappearing. But I'm saying climate change is a huge business opportunity for women, for young people on the continent. It is a problem, but it is a potential huge business opportunity. And for that, we want women and youth-centered industrial policy. We're saying industrial policy around production of solar panels. Invest in women entrepreneurs who are trying to develop solar panels. Right now, I can tell you a project in South Africa where I think there are some smart young people are trying to come up with solar panels that are more efficient. You know, your current solar panel on your roof converts 25% of electricity, 25% of the sun to electricity. What you want is solar panels that are so efficient that they can convert up to 50 or 75%. And there are lots of young people who are active in this market. There are women who are active in this market. And we're saying climate change is an opportunity. MPs talk about money being set aside in budgets to invest in early stage women entrepreneurs who are trying to work on key issues around industrial policy in Africa. It is an opportunity. But see, gas also is a transition fuel, which we continue using in our economy. Now, this is an important point because of climate change, most of us will say, no, let's shut down all these fuels and of course, just adopt solar and wind, which is true in the ideal sense. But you want to see something like natural gas as a transition fuel for two reasons. I don't know if you're aware that 3.8 million people die every year of in-house pollution, which is basically the fire that we, a lot of people on the continent basically use firewood for cooking in a kitchen, with thatch. 3.8 million are dying through that. And if we transition to gas cooking or LNG, those small bottles, we can save over the lives of 3.8 million women. So when you ban natural gas, you are saying a statement to African women who are dying every day. So you're not just talking something about climate change. I'm talking about thinking through climate change as a business opportunity, but also thinking through climate change and some of the gases like natural gas as transition fuels that we can use. I could talk about green hydrogen in South Africa or Namibia. Those are big opportunities, but green hydrogen is not going to give us money immediately. We have to work on costs, we have to work on scale, but these are potential opportunities in which we can start positioning young people through training, producing women, like saying, well, we are going to make sure that every engineering program or every nuclear or whatever natural gas engineering project has 50% women, but we have to be deliberate about this so that women also participate across that value chain. One of the things that we have to do is building resilience against climate change shocks by improving governance and early warning systems. I don't want to get too bogged down on this because I think it's sort of obvious. Improve early warning systems. When you improve early warning systems, a lot of the people who died in Chimanimani, who died in Beira, a lot of the people who died in Mzisi would not have died if we improve our early warning systems. And by doing that, you want to repurpose extension officers, agriculture extension officers, and repurpose them into climate change officers who move in communities talking about climate change. And by that, because a lot of the people they are training, the extension officers, are actually women. Why not make the majority of extension officers women? The irony is at the moment, in most of our countries, extension officers are men training women, when women could easily do that. And so the governance, the legal framework should be more cognizant of the vulnerability of women in agriculture, vulnerability of women environment, and start including women in development planning and implementation of programs, involve women in early warning systems and things like that. But critically is a question of voice. Martha Thorne said, if you are invisible in everyday life, your needs will not be thought of. So if women are not in the room, if young people are not in the room when we're discussing climate change, we're naturally going to invisibilize their experience, their lived experience and their suggestions and things like that. So how do we improve women adaptive resilience on climate change? Now, we talked about in spite of vulnerability, women are not only victims, but they can be seen as active and effective agents and promoters of adaptation and mitigation. And this is historical. This is rooted in our history, by the way. For a long time, women have historically developed knowledge and skills related to water harvesting, storage, food preservation, rationing, and natural resource management. So women have always played this role historically in our culture. And the question that we're actually trying to say is, how can we ensure that women knowledge, indigenous knowledge systems of all the women in rural areas is mainstreamed and helps us in early warning systems and in natural resource management and address climate change. The second one is adaptation initiatives should identify and address gender-specific impacts of climate change. We have to disaggregate how climate change affects different people differently, and we don't have enough knowledge on that. And I think it is our role to ensure that we do that. I've talked about climate migration. Right now, when we talk about migration, we think of jobs. People are looking for jobs, it's economic migrants, but there's the spectrum of climate migrants. People who are migrating largely because of climate shocks. We have not unpacked that. Climate and conflict, we haven't unpacked that and how it affects women through sexual violence, through human trafficking and things like that. We haven't talked about climate and trade. So let's unpack a bit more the gender impacts of climate change, just as a knowledge agenda. Important gender issues associated with climate change adaptation, such as inequalities in access to resources, including credit, extension and training services, information and tech, should also be taken into consideration. Women's priorities and needs must be reflected in development planning and funding. Like I'm saying, climate change committee, make sure it's majority women. Extension officers, please. Early warning systems, make sure women are involved. Part of the problem is if a serial rapist is also the extension officer in District X, when they come warning people about the flood, people don't listen because there's no trust. So if you want people to trust knowledge around early warning system, we have to send people who look like them and people they can trust. That is at the level of extension officers, but also that is at the level of government. If there is no trust between government and people, even when the government is telling the truth, people don't listen. Have you noticed? A government can announce that there is a flood in 2 weeks. But when there's a fundamental trust problem and disconnect between a government and its people, even when you make those announcements, people don't listen. So there has to be a trust issue. And MPs can help in bridging that trust. When people trust their MPs, when people trust their Ministry of Environment, when people trust their extension officers, people are likely or more likely to heed. And we have a trust problem now. Sometimes it's not even a technological problem. It's not a money problem. It is trust. There are so many issues around our leadership that people no longer trust. And so when you say your house is on fire or your house is going to drown, people think it's politically motivated. You don't want us to vote. So we are not going to move. There's a trust issue. Second is the role of the state. Now, climate change will lead to radical reconfiguration of power in society, configuration of power geopolitically, but you also see a reconfiguration of power within economies. And we're saying as we do that, we need to be very careful who does what within economy. And we're saying in Africa, if we have to learn from the story of America, from the story of Asia, from the story of Europe, from the story of China, is in times of crisis, it's important to recenter the role of the state as the principal and fair broker of economic redistribution and environmental sustainability. What I'm saying is what advanced countries do. I'm not telling you what an economist will tell you, leave everything to the private sector. No. When you look at Germany and this drive to address climate change, the state is active. When you look at the US, President Joe Biden has just passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Europe, EU, the EU Raw Materials Act. When you look at Asia, what am I trying to say? I'm saying in times of crisis, particularly post-COVID, there are deep questions. What is the role of the state? What you will then notice on the continent, the state is almost bastardized, criminalized. It is called the Leviathan, isn't it? But in the US, in China, in Europe, it is. For me, the question is not so much the size of the state, but is to have the right conceptualize what is the role of the state. And for us, the role of the state is the principal and fair broker of economic redistribution, resource-based resilience, and environmental sustainability. We need strong states on the continent that are democratic, accountable, entrepreneurial, and feminists. Those are the states that are going to take us from COVID crisis to a green revolution on this economy. States that are active, that are entrepreneurial, that support entrepreneurs, that give money into entrepreneurship. Without the state, there is no internet. Without the state, there is no semiconductor. Without the state, there is no GPS. That was the American state doing that. The African state is not doing that. It is absent. And it is retreating in times of crisis. And we're saying with the climate change, we need entrepreneurial states that are compassionate, democratic, accountable, and feminist. States are taking leadership in China and US and Germany. And the African states have to take leadership in ensuring that they are leaders in climate change. And our MPs are important in this because you are the ones who approve budgets. And when you approve budgets, you have a say in what is a priority and what is not, what is strengthened and what is not. And we're saying when a legislator knows the role of the state, we know then what to approve and what not to approve. When a legislator knows that domestic capital markets can be important, then we are more interested in engaging domestic capital markets. When a legislator knows that women can also be active agents, then we start having these funds for women entrepreneurs. We're very proud of investing in a capital fund in Senegal called the Women Investment Fund. It only invests in women early stage entrepreneurs. We want to expand that into West Africa. What we're saying is there are women entrepreneurs in the clean energy space, and states need to give them patient capital in order to improve. Thank you very much.
I was requesting you, honorable members of parliament, that they remain here and address the House. After listening to what Data said, I think nobody is tired of waiting. Actually, you are more than excused for your late coming. We are so happy for your presentation. And may I say that what we have just clapped is not enough. I think he deserves 333 claps. 333. Now I'm going to demonstrate as a chair. First of all, you should warm your hands. You know, MPs are generous people. That's why people vote for us. We're always generous. Let us give our son, your brother, or whoever, generous clapping. So we're going to warm our hands, and then we are going to give the 33. I'll demonstrate. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm giving a demonstration for those who went to the military before anything takes place. One is to give a demo. I'm going to give a demo. So it is warm, 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 warm. Then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 to him, and then he will receive. Are we together? Yeah. Let us give him the generous clapping of MPs. Warm, 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 warm. Then we give him. Thank you very much, Titus. I know everyone was listening so heartily. We were all wondering, what is climate change to do with this committee of ours? Climate change with women, but we got it clearly. Now, may I welcome you for those who would like to give any comments or ask questions. I move the ball to you. Is there waiting? It all depends. And now, since this motion is so interesting, please do not exceed more than 5 minutes. And if you are generous enough, just take 3 minutes. But the House is for you now. I am starting with Honorable Maria. You're welcome.
Merci, Présidente. Non, je voudrais seulement remercier Monsieur le représentateur tout à l'heure pour son intervention. Mais j'ai une remarque. Vous avez dit tout à l'heure, on ne consomme pas assez d'énergie. on ne consomme pas assez d'énergie ou on n'en a pas, l'Afrique. On veut consommer aussi comme l'Occidentaux, je pense, mais on n'en a pas. Parce que nos gouvernements, ils ne travaillent pas pour nous, pour la population, je veux dire. Donc, ce n'est pas la faute des Occidentaux, mais c'est notre faute. Nous, on ne travaille pas, alors qu'on a les capacités, les soleils, les vents. On peut construire les panneaux solaires ou l'énergie renouvelable, je veux dire. Mais ils ne travaillent pas pour nous. Ils travaillent pour eux, je pense. Et deuxièmement, les fonds pour les changements climatiques qu'on demande tout le temps avec les Occidentaux. Si on demande tout le temps les fonds, c'est-à-dire l'argent, je pense que c'est pour échange ce qu'ils ont fait. Des fois, je me pose des questions car quand il y a nos présidents en Afrique qui vont aller assister des réunions aux États-Unis ou en Europe, on demande tout le temps de l'argent là-bas, alors qu'on a notre capacité d'évoluer notre pays. C'est ça le problème. Et ça m'étonne parce que les gens-là, ils nous regardent comme je ne sais pas quoi. On a notre ressources minières, nos temps, les climats, je vais dire, les soleils, la mer, tout ça, on en a. Mais pourquoi on n'a pas, on doit pas exploiter? Moi, je pense que c'est les gens qui nous dirigent, qui nous rendent pauvres. C'est ça seulement. Et ils nous amènent pour mendier tout le temps avec les Occidentaux. C'est ça, ben, c'est dur, mais c'est la vérité. Merci.
He will take about 3 or 4, and then he will respond, and then we'll continue. May I now welcome Madam Maria Mbilambangu from DRC Congo. Just collect them, and then we'll respond later.
Merci, Présidente, pour la parole. Je voudrais, dans un premier temps, féliciter l'orateur de tout à l'heure, parce qu'il a été clair et concis. La grande difficulté que traverse l'Afrique, c'est le fait que les pollueurs du climat, ce n'est pas l'Africain, c'est plutôt l'Européen. Comme l'a dit tout à l'heure ma collègue, nos présidents respectifs ne font aucun effort avec les fonds qu'on leur alloue. En principe, les fonds qui sont alloués aux pays africains devraient servir à chercher à installer l'énergie même au fin fond de nos villages en Afrique. Alors, ça serait utilisé à bon escient. Mais tant qu'ils ne prennent pas des initiatives en tenant compte de la disposition naturelle de l'Afrique, je pense qu'on n'aura jamais de solution. En Afrique, il y a beaucoup de cours d'eau. En Afrique, nous avons beaucoup de minéraux. En Afrique, nous avons beaucoup de forêts. En Afrique, nous avons toutes les dispositions susceptibles de développer un pays. Mais nous n'arrivons pas à exploiter. Les grandes sources que nous avons, on peut produire de l'énergie. Et cette énergie va aider à éclairer les milieux ruraux, ce que nous ne faisons pas. Mais les autres profitent de notre naïveté pour nous flatter avec 1 million ou 2 millions de dollars, du reste qui ne permettent pas au pays de se développer. Et cet argent, en grande partie, va dans les poches des dirigeants. Donc, le problème est vraiment très sérieux. Je ne sais pas quelle réflexion il faille mener pour qu'on arrive à trouver des solutions d'autosuffisance en termes d'énergie au niveau de l'Afrique. Parce qu'en fait, c'est toute l'Afrique qui subit cette difficulté-là. Regardez, je vous donne seulement l'exemple. Ça fait longtemps que nous venons en Afrique du Sud. Ces voyages, c'est la toute première fois que nous voyons des coupures intempestives au niveau de l'Afrique du Sud. C'est que le problème est sérieux. Le problème est sérieux. À un moment donné, on pensait que c'est l'Afrique du Sud qui est un peu stable. Mais maintenant, c'est tout à fait le contraire. Et donc, il y a péril en demeure. Il y a vraiment une urgence pour que nos pays se mettent ensemble, réfléchissent pour proposer en tout cas une voie de sortie par rapport à l'aspect climatique dans notre continent. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maria de Lambango. May I now invite Honorable Teresa from Namibia, from Angola.
Obrigada, senhora presidente da sessão. E agradeço também o senhor palestrante, foi muito exaustivo e parabenizo. Bem, nós os africanos, como escutei o senhor palestrante a dizer, temos que parar de nos vitimizar e temos que começar a aprender a trabalhar de acordo com os erros dos outros. Aquilo que, por exemplo, as potências fizeram como errado, temos que pegar para nós fazermos diferente, não fazermos igual. A questão desses desastres ambientais que acontecem, precisamos ir nos prevenindo já, como foi dito aqui, para não esperarmos que o pior aconteça. Nós temos assistido às catástrofes que acontecem nos países que fez mesmo referência a Moçambique, não sei se o Botsuana também, acho que esses países aí que estão nessa direção. Falo mais de Moçambique porque, pronto, nós acompanhamos muito o problema de Moçambique quando tem as questões naturais, e dizer que é isso que eu estava a dizer, que temos que fazer começarmos a trabalhar no sentido de nos prevenirmos. Nós, em Angola, por exemplo, vivemos uma experiência da questão da seca, por causa dessas questões ambientais. Temos uma seca severa no sul do nosso país, onde a população é normalmente, na sua maioria, pastoril, não é? Então, eles têm que fazer grandes migrações com o gado à procura de água, e tem sido um desastre. Morrem milhares e milhares de cabeças de gado. E o que o nosso governo tem estado a investir, e temos projetos sustentáveis, foi a construção de um grande canal de água, não é, para poder irrigar aquela região toda do sul. Demorou o tempo que demorou, mas hoje estamos a ver que aquilo é um projeto bom e sustentável. Estou a falar do Canfu, na área do Cunene. Uma outra coisa que também o nosso governo tem estado já a fazer e é funcional é a questão dos painéis solares. Nós temos hoje, na região do sul também de Angola, não é? Aproveitando isso que o senhor palestrante falou do sol que a África tem, nós temos lá um grande projeto social de painéis solares que acaba abrangendo um número grande de população, mais de 5 mil, mais de 5 mil famílias, vou assim dizer. Portanto, temos que ir trabalhando já na questão de aproveitarmos, porque nós, a nível da África, nós não vamos conseguir brigar com os países ricos. É aquilo que nós falamos mesmo, qual é a voz da África quando vai nesses encontros a nível internacional? A África não tem voz, a África depende dos recursos que recebemos. E nós olhamos que o que vem de volta é mesmo como esmolas. Não é? Nunca fazemos para... Nós temos recursos minerais, mas nós não somos ricos, porque nós não conseguimos desenvolver. Quando um dia tivermos suficiência de defender ou pudermos, eu diria, transformar os nossos recursos minerais que temos, que é muito, aí é que vamos dizer que somos ricos. Enquanto nós não conseguirmos transformar os nossos recursos minerais, não vamos nos iludir, nós somos mesmo pobres. Mas é nessa pobreza que temos que ficar. Temos que lutar para nós trabalharmos na contramão. Eu penso que essa é a minha opinião. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, may I now invite our resource person Titus to respond on the three, and then we'll continue with the others. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, these are questions that I almost feel like I can throw back to you, because you are the legislators, you hold executive to account. Why our government's not doing this? There are many reasons to this. Some of the reasons I think are endogenous and exogenous. The exogenous are it's a very punishing external system or international system. Like I was saying,
Interruption. Let us, if I may request you, when you are responding to members of parliament questions, then you are following. Are you responding to the first one, the second, or the third? Because if you respond all of them together, no one will know whom are you addressing to. Please.
Some of them are sort of the same. I'm responding to two honorable members because they asked the same question around government inaction. So trying to explain that aspect. It's a complex question, and I'm saying the external, internal reasons. The external one is it is a punishing external system. The international financial system is unfair to low-income countries, and this is not playing victim mode. It is fair, and I'll give you an example. The IMF made a historical decision of approving 650 billion in SDRs post-COVID. You remember that? It was supposed to help low-income countries recover from COVID. Of the 650 billion SDRs issued, guess how much came to poor countries in Africa? 30 billion. The rest went to the rich countries. So it was almost like a bailout of rich countries. So a system that does that, when there is a global crisis of the extent that we saw, and it does that to low-income countries, that's something fundamentally unfair. So that's one. The second thing is loans. I don't know if you're aware that a typical African country, when you're borrowing on the international market, you're paying interest rates sometimes like 5–20%. It's almost like microfinance for countries. And so part of the debt problem or the climate debt problem in Africa is we actually don't have what you would call a classic debt problem. No, the problem in Africa is not the amount of debt, it is the type and length of debt. Our type of debt is very bad. It's high interest, very expensive, and short term. It's like you are lending personal loans to buy a bicycle. When you're lending to countries, it has to be low interest and it has to be long term. This is the principle in America and Europe. And all we are saying is when there is a crisis like climate change that African countries didn't create, then the terms with which we receive money should be the same as everybody else. The problem is Africa's climate vulnerability itself is counted against it when we are trying to borrow money. For example, did you know that low-income countries paid $50 billion more in interest rates to pay for climate loans? So it is more expensive for me to raise money to address the problem that I didn't create. So there is a key issue. Why is that governments aren't active on the market? It's too expensive. And if you get on the market, you get money that's so expensive. So what ends up happening is 60% of your budget, and you know your MPs, you are paying debt servicing, isn't it? You're not building hospitals, you're not. So people will tell you, are we stupid? Why are we not buying paracetamol? It actually sounds like a simple issue. Of course, buy paracetamol. But you then look at the budget, you're like, you're getting good money, 65% you're paying debts. Then I look at the debt, I'm like, you were building a dam, which is good. but then you are paying percent, which is 15%. So we become enmeshed in a vicious cycle. And I'm saying we are never going to fully recover from this crisis as long as we've got the international financial system that we have. And the MPs need to be active because we cannot separate fighting poverty and addressing climate. These are not separate issues. We address them at the same time. Addressing climate is also the same as addressing poverty. That's the reason why Bangladesh is more in trouble with floods than Netherlands. They are the same. They are small. They are low-lying plain. The difference is one is poor, one is rich. If you have less poor Africans, we're going to be less prone to natural disasters. You will have natural disasters, but people are not going to die. People are flooded in Florida every day. The reason why they are not dying is because they are rich. They can drive their car, live quickly. They can do all sorts of things. So our ability to access money so that we rebuild our economy is crucial in creating our adaptive resilience to climate change. So the international system needs to be reformed so that those bodies are useful. I will tell you what happened when there was a global crisis post-1945. You remember what happened? There was what was called the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan was the US basically throwing low interest money to Europe. It was almost free grants. That's how Japan recovered. It's not some Japanese culture. No. They got cheap money from the US and they rebuilt their economy. Now, we have a crisis called COVID, the triple crisis. And what is happening? No, we are throwing 15% interest rates loans to Mozambique. And we're saying Mozambique should recover. I'm like, we wouldn't have recovered through Marshall Plan. So the external system has to work. Now, we also then can't just focus on the external. There are internal issues. The internal issues are our own calculus. You see, when you're dealing with energy issues, they don't lend themselves to the political calculus of a lot of politicians because they are long-term projects, high capital costs upfront, and the political benefit is unclear. I'll tell you, to build a dam, you probably have to borrow a lot of money. And the president who is going to be re-elected for that dam probably will come in power 10 years later. So the average president will be, why bother? That's the same thing with power plants. Why don't we have new power plants? It's because successive presidents are saying to invest 4 billion. These people are never going to understand what the power plant is. It's not, it's people don't feel it immediately. So the long-term nature of energy infrastructure discourages politicians who are operating in a very fragile, competitive electoral environment. So there is that political fact. The second fact is our own priorities. Like I was saying, our pension funds have to come to the party. They are building useless malls, tall buildings that are empty. So we have to reorient and repurpose our pension funds. Our domestic markets have to be more patriotic and invest in things that make sense. But our own budgets need to invest in meaningful things. Just look at your budget. What is the percentage of money that we are investing in research and development? The most innovative countries, your Israel, your Norway, look at the percentage of money they spend on research and development. Your university right now, the Department of Research and Development has no budget. And so we are never going to go anywhere until we are deliberate. So when you're an MP, you want to insist on a budget line for research and development, innovation, putting in money. And here's the thing about research and innovation. Now, for every Tesla you hear, you know, Tesla, the big company on EVs, every Tesla you hear, there are 100 others that collapsed. So when we're talking about research and development, we must have the appetite to accept losses. The problem right now is if you're a political leader, you're a minister of industry and commerce, you take a chance on a project and it collapses, which they do most of the times. The average innovation project, like I'm saying, is 5 to 10%, 90% collapse. There should be no political consequence to a government trying, because the majority of your innovations, for every Tesla, we are not told about the stories of those that failed. So even opposition political parties, ruling political parties, there has to be a political consensus around absorbing the costs, the implications of innovation. We're going to have losses, and don't make me lose my seat or my minister position because we invested in a project that didn't lose. So that's a political conversation we should have amongst us as Africans. The third one is obviously we have a huge opportunity, and I want to answer the other question. We have a huge opportunity on climate change with critical minerals, honorable members. Critical minerals are at the center of climate change solutions. Because when you're talking about clean energy, solar, wind, electrical vehicles, they are all based on critical minerals. Batteries need lithium, cobalt, graphite, nickel. And those things occur abundantly on the continent. 2 to 3/5 of critical mineral supply are on the continent. The problem is at the moment we produce them and sell them raw. So we are not capturing the kind of value that we should. Right now, because we sell them raw, we get about 30 to 40 billion dollars. But per every stage you add value, that's a $330 billion market. In fact, the EV market itself is a $1 trillion market. So when you start improving the value addition of critical minerals, now we are going to have more money. And so then the question for us as MPs, not for us, because I'm not one, but for legislators, is the question around not just having critical minerals, but insisting on value addition so that we capture more revenue. I'm talking to you, Zimbabwe, who has lithium. I'm talking to you, Tanzania, who just discovered lithium, cobalt, DRC, bauxite, Ghana, Seacon, Senegal. South Africa has platinum. You know, battery fuel cells are based on a catalyst called platinum. And so we've got the solutions here. The challenge, though, is we are not adding that value. Part of the problem is because it is expensive. So we have to invest in the human capital and we have to negotiate better. So when you're negotiating with China, you are not just negotiating away your exploration rates. We are saying for us to give you this concession, you have to also give us knowledge transfer so that we're able to add. This is difficult, but this is part of the conversation that we need to have. So that's a different way of looking at why we are not doing it. I do think that being more entrepreneurial as a state overall is going to be important. Like I was saying, the role of the state has to be reconceptualized on the continent. And I think we have listened too much to Bretton Woods institutions. The state should stay away. You should only facilitate. And I keep asking people, show me a country that developed when the state took a backseat. No, the state has to be active in shaping markets, not just creating rules. That is the basis of the Inflation Reduction Act passed by President Joe Biden. That is the basis upon which you have energy Wende in Germany. Our African states are too absent from the market. The problem is not that they are too much in there, they are too absent and they are too aimless and less strategic in it. We're saying we have to be strategic, meaningful. We say we are Zimbabwe, we have lithium. What is the state going to do? The state is going to create an environment in which it is possible for us to add value to lithium. What is the state going to do? The state of Zimbabwe, South Africa have to meet and speak around our platinum. Zimbabwe and South Africa control 70% of the platinum market. So if we are talking about the future of battery cell economy, it can be based on Zimbabwe and South Africa alone. And we determine the prices. What it may mean is there has to be a political conversation around where the plant will be. Because this is where the problem is. The Minister of Finance will say, no, I will only talk about value addition if the plant has to be in my country. This is where we have to say we have to start to sort of invoke the spirit of Nguruma. I don't think we can do integration without some kind of political aspiration or consciousness around what an African project could be. An African project means we can have a battery processing plant in Congo, but maybe Zambia and Tanzania have to send their products to Congo. If it is in Congo, Africa wins. The challenge at the moment is if it is not in my country, then it cannot be anywhere. So no one wants to work on this. So we probably need to speak seriously about regional value chains. Regional value chains around fertilizer, regional value chains around battery minerals. Mozambique is producing natural gas in North Mozambique right now. And Mozambique on average uses 8 kilograms of fertilizer per hectare against the global average of 108 kilograms per hectare. That's why we are not productive. But we could change that when we produce fertilizer. But for us to produce that fertilizer, we probably need other countries to join in on us, and we have one plant, maybe one plant in Zimbabwe or in Joburg or in Ethiopia. So there has to be a political consciousness, which is why Minister of Finance is not enough in doing these things. Because Minister of Finance are economists. They just look at the spreadsheets. Is it here? It's not here. No, no, no. You want your Minister of Security, you want your Minister of Defense, your Minister of Political Affairs to look at these conversations around integration as a Pan-African project. We want the oil refinery in Zimbabwe. Maybe we shouldn't. It should be in Botswana or in Nigeria. But it is better for us to import from Botswana than to import from Europe. It is common sense. And so it's both an economic and political conversation that will require us to sort of give and take. The same spirit that allowed us to liberate the continent, which is where we had the Liberation Front, Organization of African Union, where African countries were contributing, wrecking their economy so that another African country is liberated. That's the same concept we need to have. That perhaps for energy, we've got Ingadem, which is in DRC. Ingadem can produce 40% of world electricity, but we are all having power cuts. Ingadem can solve that. But of course, we don't want to have that conversation because it's good for the Congolese and not good for us. So it's also a Pan-African project, and the role of the MP, perhaps beyond passing laws, is creating that consciousness and that acceptance around a Pan-African project that is crucial for us to recover our economies and for us to position ourselves in the climate change energy revolution. I hope I've answered the questions, Madam Chair. To the best of my knowledge. Some things I think we can debate.
Thank you very much, Titus. I hope my colleagues are happy with the answers.
Sim, eu queria só fazer uma réplica para dizer assim, concordo, sim, temos que continuar a insistir de que nós precisamos em África produzir, porque os nossos produtos, eles são extraídos e nós não produzimos localmente, como o palestrante falou, concordo consigo. Temos que ter essa cultura, essa educação, para nós vermos que nós somos potência. Agora, o que tem estado a acontecer agora no nosso continente é deixarmos explorar os nossos recursos para depois comprarmos a preços altos. Eu acho que esse é o espírito. Temos que continuar apostando com parlamentares, investir e trabalhar com o governo. Nos países onde quem é governo tem a maioria também nos parlamentos, acho que aí seria bom consertar, e isto ajuda. Nos países onde tem governo, mas o parlamento é oposição, não deixa de ser pessoas do mesmo continente, é preciso se consertar também para ver que os benefícios têm que ser do país. Não é? Eu acho que este olhar é que vai nos fazer sermos uma África desenvolvida. Era só esse comentário. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. She was just making a summary of what you said, and I think it's okay for the rest of us. I see a hand from Mozambique, Honorable Maria. Am I right? I'm also learning here, Maria. Welcome, Honorable Maria Marta from Mozambique.
Muito obrigada. Eu também, primeiro, queria parabenizar o apresentador. Ele foi muito exaustivo na sua apresentação. E na sua locução deu muitos exemplos também, falou de Moçambique. E eu queria, de facto, concordar com aquilo que ele disse, porque Moçambique foi um dos países que sofreu muito com as mudanças climáticas. Nós tivemos o ciclone Idai, que devastou Moçambique, matou muito, mais de 2.000 mortos, e o maior número foi de mulheres e crianças. E como ele dizia, de facto, quem sofre mais é a mulher, porque a mulher é aquela que, quando isto acontece, tem que olhar para os filhos, tem que olhar para os bens, e ela acaba ficando para trás. E nisto ela perde a terra, perde as casas e fica mesmo sem nada. Desculpe, estou emocionada quando claro, da nossa situação e, de facto, precisamos trabalhar muito para que esta mulher que tem ficado para trás e os filhos também, ela consiga, portanto, ter algum sustento. E neste momento, em Moçambique, há algumas ações para mitigar este sofrimento. Estamos a fazer um trabalho primeiro, de reconstrução, porque perdeu-se tudo. Não foi só este ciclone, também tivemos o ciclone Ana, que continuou a devastar e a matar. E brevemente, aliás, agora também tivemos um outro ciclone chamado Ana, aliás, Ana Fred, que também matou e deixou, portanto, um rastro de destruição. E penso que o nosso vizinho Malawi também sofreu muito com este ciclone. E o país está com algumas ações de mitigação deste impacto. Uma das atividades, portanto, é a reconstrução, e também estamos a fazer o trabalho de arborização. Estamos a fazer o plantio das árvores para ver se pode, portanto, ajudar quando há estas mudanças climáticas que são imprevisíveis. Nós fomos apanhados de surpresa, mas fomos obrigados, portanto, a ter esta situação. E neste momento estamos nestes trabalhos de tentar mitigar e preparar para que, quando aparecer, que são coisas que a gente não prevê, mas se aparecer, tenhamos menos destruições e menos mortos. Portanto, eu queria partilhar a nossa situação de Moçambique, que é tão triste, mas acontece e aconteceu. Muito obrigado.
A word from you, Titus.
No, all I can say is what she's saying is true. I visited Buzi myself. I saw houses submerging in water. You know, people who had borrowed money to build a house, the next day it's disappeared. How do you recover that? Lots of stories of people who committed suicide. So this is about real lives, real people, and it is important for us to link this catastrophe with production and consumption patterns in Los Angeles, in London, in Budapest, and we don't. And yet there is a clear link between the catastrophe in Buzi with the opulent living in Texas. It's just that when we're in Texas, we look at it as, oh no, they are smart people. No. There is a link between what is happening in Buzi, she's describing, what is happening in Chimanimani. That's why the loss and damages conversation is about justice. And a lot of people think it is not practical. I think a lot of things people thought they were not practical. But I think we need to link that. I think we need to show the pain. We need to show the faces of the catastrophe that is climate change and what has cost it. That is the only way we are going to cause the world to give us meaningful money. And I tell you, as someone who is an insider in this industry, what people are talking about right now are complicated instruments that are just going to lead us into more debt as African countries. I will give you an example of one of them. It's called climate and debt swaps. I'm sure some of you have heard it. Sounds sophisticated. Climate debt swaps. So your Minister of Finance will do a press conference, 200 million. Basically, a climate debt swap is like this. Say Malawi owed $5 billion to IMF. Then IMF says, don't pay back 500 million. The 500 million you are supposed to pay back, use it on climate change. What then happens is there's a press statement saying Malawi has received 500 million. Do you know that's what's happening? So a lot of this money is that you are hearing, they are actually not new money, it's circulation money. And the problem with that 500 million is it certainly puts pressure on the government because we have announced to the media that there's 500 million. But it's phantom money. It doesn't exist. It presupposes that Malawi can repay that 500 million. But when a country is in debt distress, some of them actually cannot repay. That's why they're in debt distress. So when you say, don't give me that 500 million, use it instead on climate change adaptation, you've done nothing. You've done nothing at all. That's not justice. Justice is where countries, G7 countries, promised $100 billion a year. They've done nothing. And we're being sidetracked with sophisticated climate instruments that just lead us into debt. And I'm saying this so that we hold the line. There is a promise that everybody knows about, which is $100 billion. And that $100 billion should be new money. The 8.5 billion that we're talking about in South Africa is not new money. It's money being reordered. Some of this money was supposed to go here. Now it's called climate change. And so we announced it at climate change, but that money was already in the system. So you have governments announcing monies that are random monies. Why am I saying this? There is no African country that will recover without some kind of meaningful injection externally. We will need some kind of money. We can do all the domestic resource mobilization. We can do all the lithium processing. And a lot of this will require quite some money for us to build those industries. So the question that we still have to answer is, where can we get this money? Where can we get the money to rebuild those roads? Where can we get the money to rebuild those houses? For a lot of African countries, it is a question of cutting the other limb in order to solve the other limb. You have to redirect money that was supposed to be for teacher recruitment. You are redirecting it to rebuild roads that have been wasted away. And I'm saying it does not have to be. It has never had to be. Right now, for countries in the US, whether it's you, they are being given serious money in the market. For some of the governments, they're just printing like the US. But for our governments, we have to hold the line around cheap capital, climate finance money, loss and damages money, with the third option being our own domestic resource mobilization, our own ability to generate that money internally as our countries.
Thank you, but I would like to tell Honorable Maria Martha that as a chairperson of the Committee of Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, with the rest of the members, we highly sympathize with what happened in your country. We are praying for quick recovery, and we pray that all the projects for recovery, planting trees and whatnot, will be in line and will really flourish. We understand when you feel, we understand when you talk with all the emotions, and it really touched us all. But as women, we know most of us also depend on prayers, because things like those are just God's way of doing things. So we are with you, and really have our hugs and our moral, have our hugs and our moral support. We'll keep on praying for your country. But it has also happened in Malawi, and we don't know who is next, because we are in the same region. Having said that, then, if there is anyone else who would like to say anything to the presenter, I only have, no, let me check my watch. I have 15 minutes. So whoever I'm going to give him chance or her chance, please be brief. I start with my friend here, Honorable Emilia from Namibia. Yes. Come on. I don't have eyes behind. You are having it all.
No, thank you very much for the floor, Honorable Chair. I do not want to repeat what others have already said, because if we repeat, we might bring new things in. But I only have two things to ask. One, the presenter emphasized on the MPs to prepare the women and the youth for the forthcoming projects of the resources we have in our continent. I just want to know from his skills whether we have enough skilled people in our continent, not in a particular country. I mean in the continent itself. And if they are able to take over the resources and turn them into, what is this? Value added, if they can do that in our continent, because that to me plays a very big role. We might have these raw resources, but do we have skilled people to work on them and get where we want? And if so, how do we do it? Because it is very important for us to disseminate this information. Nobody is disputing that. Tell us what is the reason that we cannot work on our own resources. Maybe that one will open my understanding more. And that's all what I wanted to ask Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Emilia. Another hand? Oh, welcome. Even the next, just the one sitting here, good luck. From Zimbabwe, want to speak. Now I invite our chairperson of RWP, Honorable Reggie from Seychelles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Titus, for the presentation. One area that I captured in your when you put on the slide is that it had written, in spite of their vulnerability, women are not only seen as victims, should not be seen as victims of climate change, but they can be seen as active and effective agents and promoters of adaptation and mitigation. When I was reading this, it makes me think of one comment that the Secretary General for United Nations, the past Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, he once said that code red for humanity, when we talk about climate change, we are talking about the code red for humanity. And he even went further to say, when it's code red for the planet, the world needs women front and center. I had captured this very well. And we need to increase women's participation in green economic to promote the transition to low carbon, green, inclusive, and resilient economic, and the need to invest in skills of girls and women. He went further to point out. When I sit back and think to the climate changes, and it makes me realize, why have women been left out in the decision-making table when it comes to climate change? I don't know. And how committed, you talked about budget, we need finance, we need more money. I would also add that we need more commitment when it comes to the climate change. And sometimes we get worried, how committed are we to walk the talk and really involve women at the decision-making table when it comes to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Reggie. May I now invite Honorable Goodluck.
Thank you very much, Titus, for your insightful presentation. My question is, you sound very knowledgeable about these issues on climate change, but I would like to know if we have people like you who advise our governments on issues like loans, issues like value addition, and so on. You've mentioned quite a lot, but my worry is, do they know, or they just move in the darkness? Thank you.
Okay. Any others? Because this is the last batch. Mr. Kurasha, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning, honorable members. Thank you for good afternoon. I catch the meeting at the tail end, but I thought I could make a contribution, particularly in terms of drawing linkages with the theme for our joint session for the 4 standing committees. You recall, honorable members, and I also want in doing this, I also want to be addressing Titus, in particular, Open Society Foundation Africa, because you speak as if you were in our meeting of the joint sitting, where the theme was Parliament's role in legislating for strategic and sensitive assets, taking into account the security of the nation, whilst encouraging direct investments. And significant step has emerged from that meeting, where there's been a recommendation for us actually to develop a model law on the very same matter. The convergence I see, the meeting came to a consensus that we really need to chat for alternative solutions. It doesn't look like what is currently on the table is working. And I hear you talking about reimagining the role of the state, including in the markets beyond just regulation, but also directing markets. It's part of the conversations that were at the center stage, where members were essentially questioning, are we really doing enough as Africans, whether the state, non-state, in our response? Then the clear calls for the need for an integrated approach, including the regional value chains that you called for. It was one of the areas of convergence. And more fundamentally, for an institution such as ours, which is a parliamentary institution, is the reactivation and strengthening the agents of Parliament. And I think it's part of what really has been missing, the missing paradigm in these discussions. Often when people say the role of government, that does not assume an active role of Parliament somewhere, even in the framing of international development discourse. Parliament happens to come to the table as a by the way. And we view Parliament as an opportunity to begin the conversations about reimagining the role of the state. And we think that financiers such as Open Society Foundation in Africa have an important role to partner with SADC-PF in terms of the financial and technical capacity we require when parliamentarians have come to the fore in the manner they have to really say, we are concerned and we want to do something. For me, I think that there is an opportunity for us to partner, and I would want to hear responses that point towards commitment for some form of collaboration in this regard, because it would really be a pity. Because part of the reality is that where traditionally the money for such as a model as this one would come from, it then becomes an issue of interest. You may not necessarily be able to attract resources where you are seeking to unbundle the current scenario, which is benefiting certain sections of the international system acting. So as a result, we want to benefit from the clear indication of the thinking within organizations such as Open Society Foundation by forming an alliance with SADC-PF for us to be able to confront this head on. And I'm glad that beyond victimhood, you have in the presentation from the testimony of the members elevated the role that women could still do while they are victims to call for change and see real change coming through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurasha. And now, since it is the last batch where you are going to respond for before we close our meeting, I also want to say something. First of all, to thank you again for your very educative presentation. And really, most of them have said of high things, big things about the government and the climate change. Now I'm taking the last part of your presentation with the women in the rural using clean energy. I think this is very important area as well. For decades, women in the rural have been using firewood, using charcoal, and all this goes with, being the really the bad end of spoiling the climate. When you cut the trees and you're not growing any, then it's also a problem. And not only that, but women, as you say, if I'm not mistaken, 30,000 of them die because of the smoke, and while cooking, they are crying because starting such fire to cook, energy to cook, you also need to use a lot of your energy and whatever, all those bad experiences. Now I'm requesting you, what do you think can be done so that it is now the end of using all this and go to the clean energy, as you mentioned, the small gas fire stoves? In my country, on the 1st of November, our president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, inaugurated the beginning of clean energy. And he argued all those people who own the gas, say Oryx, mention any, if they could join hands. But the government itself, the Minister for Energy, to see that these things start moving fast. But today you added something, if you could use the pension funds. But in my country, there's a crisis of that pension fund because even those who have already retired, they are not given their money in time. So I was just asking, is it going to work? Why am I posing this to you? Because you said you are working with more than 200 countries, or, not countries, but partners who are all over. And through your research, I'm sure you have smelled something good, which you can share so that members of this committee, when they go home, as parliamentarians, as representatives, and one good thing is that among us all here, nobody's using firewood. We're all using those gas stoves or electricity. But when we go for campaigns in the rural area, when they prepare food for us, they're all, using charcoal and so forth. So I'm just requesting you, if you can make it easier for us to see how fast we can mobilize this way of doing things. And when we meet again, maybe in SADC, if it is going to be included in our model law, that we put a mark from certain date or from certain year, no more use of charcoal, no more use of firewood in the region. I submit. Thank you.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe to start with you, it's actually not 30,000, it's 3.8 million mothers dying of in-house pollution, firewood, what you're describing. So just a transition to cooking gas could say, and when you're talking about women, people forget this is someone's mother. They grew up, they want to do something for my mother, and then my mother dies next year because of smoke. The reason why I'm saying this is because there's a huge, complex conversation. Okay, it's back. The reason why I mentioned the 3.8 million mothers who die when they could just use gas is because there's a huge debate going on, particularly on the continent, IMF, World Bank, around the role of natural gas. I'm sure you were following it. Before COVID, you remember, there was a big announcement, G7, World Bank, they say we are not going to support new projects around natural gas, which is basically targeted, Africa, Mozambique, Tanzania, Senegal. These are new emerging producers. So they said, we don't want to do that because of climate change. You remember that? Eh? And then Ukraine war happened. What happened? We woke up one day, suddenly they changed that. Everybody was knocking doors in South Africa, Senegal. This is hypocrisy. You see what I mean? Like, it's bad if it's African countries that are emerging. Now that we are threatened, they can't buy gas from Russia. Suddenly, we want to buy gas. And the injustice with this, I'm sure you'll see with Mozambique. Mozambique gets money to export its gas. But Mozambique can't get money to turn its gas into nitrogenous fertilizer, which is where the real action is. Because if you want to transform the economy of Mozambique, Mozambique has to use its gas for domestic industrialization through using it for gas. Mozambique tries to raise money for that, you will start hearing, no, natural gas is bad for climate change. The same people, if Mozambique wants to import that LNG to Asia, to the US, they are takers. So there is hypocrisy in the economic system. So we need a political response in our governments that is not going to be bullied and say, natural gas is an important transition fuel. It's cleaner than coal. It is not completely clean, but it's cleaner than coal. It's double times cleaner. There are issues with methane. We accept that, but there are now ways of dealing with natural gas. But for us, it's a transition fuel. It can literally save lives of women. So when you're waking up and just say you want to ban, first of all, that's not how you run countries. You just wake up and say, we're just banning an entire industry. I mean, you're not playing rugby with people's lives. I mean, you transition. That's why we're talking about a transition instead of a switch. So as we transition from more damaging fuels, you can use natural gas as a transition fuel. And we're saying that is going to save lives of women. That's going to help us boost our agriculture, which is the best way of transitioning anyway. So that's a critical conversation that we have to talk about. Anyway, so there's the deeper question around knowledge. Is it that our governments don't know? Is it such a complicated question around, do we have a knowledge problem? And I would say, wow, there are different ways of looking at it. You see, there used to be a very strong link between knowledge and policy in Africa. I'm sure you remember that. I like connecting liberation movement now. The role of the university or the academy in the 60s was quite clear. It was intellectuals at Makerere, Ibadan, University of Jos, University of Zimbabwe. They were literally the intellectual guide of the liberation movement, if you remember that. Post-independence, there was also a challenge to our governments who then struggled to transition to seeing intellectuals as supporters of the revolution, to seeing intellectuals as people who should continue supporting without any critical analysis or engagement with policy. So when some intellectuals started speaking truth to power, or say to the post-colonial African economy, but you can't do this, deal with corruption, deal with this, we started seeing a deep disconnect. So there's also an issue around our own governments being less open to criticism post-independence. They wanted intellectuals who were supportive to the project and critically. That was a problem. But that's not the only problem. I would say that the more complex problem is that at the moment, local knowledge is no longer important in policy, because the policy space for African governments has shrunk. When you look at debt right now, debt is how your economy is restructured. But how your economy is structured is no longer a product of national engagement. It is a conversation between some external financial institutions. They will tell you, for us to give you 10 billion, you have to change your economy here, change your economy there. So it doesn't matter what colleagues at University of Eduardo Mondlane think. It's around what financiers and investors think. So the policy space has shrunk, partly because of economic stagnation and economic decline, which has increased the value and role of external consultants and external intellectual capital. So right now, if you are in debt, you are going to have to look for external advisors. You know them, right? Lazard, McKinsey, and we all proudly talk about them. What that simply means is externalization of knowledge. So that is external knowledge helping you know how to restructure economy. There is no economy that recovered through McKinsey or Lazard, but you see, these are consultants that come with an unofficial political capital, in that if you engage them, your chances of getting a debt deal are higher. So our governments are engaging in these we call them data advisors. Instead of engaging your philosophers, your economists in your universities, you are engaging data advisors because someone is whispering that they have experience in getting debt deals. So there's a big conversation around the role of external debt advisors in basically deciding the destiny of African governments, and the role of investors, which has crowded out knowledge. So then you say, is it because they don't know? No, it's because there is not enough value now attached to local knowledge, because the local knowledge does not always come with the investment or the debt deal that you need. So what you then need is, you could call it revolutionary courage, to say we are going to recover using organic knowledge. That may lead to short-term pain, but in the long term, we are going to be fine, which is what Southeast Asia has done. So I'm not suggesting things that have never been done. Southeast Asia has done, because there is no economy that can ever recover through external knowledge alone. That's the other thing. But there's a component around how we have lost a lot of our knowledge, because it's difficult to compete with other countries. They are giving our young graduates, our experienced engineers, easy visas, Einstein visa. So they're going to get the best engineers at the University of Makerere or something like that. So then the question is, how do we make it interesting for Africans in the diaspora who are working in all these companies? They are Africans, they are Mozambicans at Tesla, they are Zimbabweans at Google. How do we make it interesting for them to come, or to at least contribute in rebuilding our national projects? I do think that every African government, particularly African governments with strong immigrant population, need to have a robust diaspora engagement policy. Make it interesting for your nationals to contribute to the national project. You see that with the US, they've got what they call the Einstein visa. Right now, if you go to Silicon Valley, who is the head of almost every big multinational corporation in the US? It's an immigrant. So I do think our countries need to do better in terms of attracting our own resources to come back and rebuild our country. I also think we need to do better in terms of our own immigration laws. Our immigration laws are so inward-looking and so insular, whereas the countries taking our people are a lot more open. Countries recover and are built by immigrants. Look at any economy. And I can tell you there is a positive correlation between your immigration policy and your economic recovery. How open you are to immigrants has a lot to say in how far you can recover. Because knowledge, if you don't have local, you can just hire. Make it easy with your visa, your immigration. Go to US. Right now, to go to Australia or to Canada or to New Zealand is much easier for an African than it is for an African to go to Mozambique or to Zimbabwe or to Malawi. It's like pulling teeth. Australia will tell you, we'll give you a permanent residence with your family in 3 months. But to visit an African country, my goodness. So I do think we've got the knowledge from our own nationals. We've got the knowledge within our African family, but we have to revise our immigration policy. That's why I say there has to be a political commitment to the Pan-African project, where we see Africans not as different nationalities, but parts of a family that can help us grow. That is the only way Africa will do this. Having said that, I would say on knowledge, because knowledge brings in different dimensions. Because our professionals and our bureaucrats, and this is only unique to Africa. I want you to analyze every cabinet in your government. Just close your eyes and think about the constitution of where were they trained? So I can give you an example. Your Minister of Defense was probably trained in Russia. The Minister of Finance maybe in London. If they are trained. The Minister of Public Service, maybe, I don't know, some of them, I don't know, they will say they went to university, maybe they didn't. All I'm trying to say is, you may be from the same country, Namibia, but the cabinet is like at war at the level of ideas. because we come from different intellectual traditions. Across the board, our ministers of finance are a lot more neoliberal than your minister of industry, your minister of defense also. So even at the level of ideas, it's difficult to have a consensus in our governments because of the intellectual traditions we come from. It's a hodgepodge of intellectual traditions. Whereas every meaningful country, go to Singapore right now, the entire cabinet, you have to pass through Singapore University. Have you noticed? Go to UK, it's Oxbridge. Go to US, it is Ivy League. It's not just their elite, no. It is a political conveyor belt that produces a specific bureaucrat that understands the interest of that country. I can tell you, you go to Republicans, you go to Democrats, they all go through the university system. They may be different, but when it comes to foreign policy, they are the same. In other words, intellectually, part of our challenge, the knowledge aspect on the continent is there is no DNA in our cabinet, in our bureaucracy. We are nationals with different intellectual traditions who have different beliefs about the role of the state, how economies recover. So we may even have the same ethnic group, but our ideas are violently different. Professor Tandika Mkandawire says, Europeans built what are called Eurocrats. Eurocrats are trained in specific European universities to defend the European project. What we need are Afrocrats. Africans trained intellectually to understand how states recover, how states govern, but they are produced in our system. You can go to Harvard, you can go to University of London, but I do think you should not enter an African bureaucracy, AU or SADC, without some kind of central training that ensures that you believe the project, that is African recovery and development. Otherwise, we're always going to fight over it. Go to China, it's Peking, Tsinghua. And usually in every country, it's about 4 or so universities. And it's deliberate. And I can tell you that we are never going to recover unless we have built, honorable member, Afrocrats. And we have to be deliberate around the production and maintenance of Afrocrats in every one of our countries. Now, model law. Now, right now, if you're following the conversations, Europe has just passed the EU Critical Minerals Act. I don't know if you've noticed, eh? And the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is going to be in effect in October, basically is going to ruin South Africa economy and Morocco, because they are basically saying they're going to put a carbon price to your exports to Europe. So if you import steel, which was produced in a coal plant, which is obvious, they are going to make it more expensive. So African countries are going to lose out. Anyway, I don't want to get too technical about it. The point is, EU has an critical mineral strategy. The US has an inflation reduction strategy. Africa is none. And yet those acts they are passing are with your resources in mind. What critical minerals are in Europe? No, they are creating a EU Critical Minerals Act because of your minerals in Mutwara, in Bulama. Huh? This is the irony. So we are not moving as fast as our competitors. So the suggestion of a model law for critical minerals, just as an example, is urgent and important. And it is almost comes too late because everybody now has taken a position on African critical minerals before we have. Right now, I think we've started working on an African green mineral strategy. And I think AU, African Development Bank, and UNECA are involved. But in terms of what should an African country with critical minerals do? Is there a modern vision, an Afrocratic vision of exploiting critical minerals? At the moment, it doesn't exist. And so the US has taken the vacuum. When you occupy, there's a vacuum someone's getting. Okay, yeah. So what a lot of the governments have done is, because we don't want to have a regional approach to this, they are now doing it bilaterally, coming to each country one by one, knowing fully well that you are never going to negotiate meaningfully as Malawi or as Zimbabwe. You're never going to get the best deal with China, 1.3 billion people, $14 trillion economy, and yours is $20 billion. The power and information asymmetry is so massive that there's no way you are ever going to have a good deal. You would think that for critical minerals, we should have a regional approach in which there is a model approach to this. So I do accept that, and I think there is scope for us to talk around this key opportunity of critical minerals, a regional approach to this, and then say every country with critical minerals, use this as your guiding document, so that we are not shortchanged. No, that's such a good suggestion. And lastly, I just want you to do this basic, and your MPs. Every country here that is negotiating for a debt deal, I want you to ask this question to your Minister of Finance. Who is advising you? And I tell you who. It's an advisory company in Europe or the US. And I'll tell you what they are advising you. They are advising you, and they are going to use the intelligence they gather from those discussions. They are going to transmit it to the governments where they come from and to the companies they come from. And so you are going to create opportunities for their companies. That's why they are there. And you are going to pay them to do that for you. It's called data mining. And so for me, for MPs, it's such a sacred role, particularly this key moment of negotiating for debt, for you to go beyond just talking about the figures. Analyze the contract, the conditions in the contract, because a lot of the contracts will say, okay, we'll give you 300 million, but it is attached with some debt advisors. And it is also attached with specific companies to be active in providing certain services. I'm sure you know. I can give you examples. I don't want to do that, but I can give you examples in which some of our countries signed loans and the condition was using a specific advisory company, which gives you all the sensitive information about that country. And that country is going to be given to the markets of that economy. And that country is going to have a first move advantage with you when you start selling your public assets. And so we have to go deep. I think this is not just an economic conversation. It is a developmental conversation, but it is quite frankly also a security conversation. It is a security conversation. So when you're talking about an integrated approach, you are saying climate change is an all of society conversations, like I said. And this is almost an unfortunate thing. The super minister should be your climate change minister or your natural resource minister. At the moment, there is a hierarchy of importance. It's the Minister of Finance, right? It's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And it is a phenomenon that started early 90s, where ministers of finance became almost like de facto prime ministers. And Minister of Finance have another dotted line with your investor. When we had the Lagos Plan of Action in 1981, it was a product of ministers of economic planning. Do you remember that? The Beg report, which got us into structural adjustment, was a product of Minister of Finance. The lesson there is when African countries leave running of economies to Minister of Finance alone, you end up in debt. It should be an all of agency approach where you analyze things from both a financial, developmental, security perspective. And then we make decision. At the moment, it's just some spreadsheet, or it's money, pay 2 interest, 2%. We'll never go anywhere. So an integrated approach is the best. I hope I have exhausted everything. Thank you very much.
I'm sure everybody is happy, more educative, but we don't have much time anymore. Honorable Jeff, being the only man, is now disturbing me. Had it been a woman disturbing a man, And that's why I had to count up to 10. I reached 7 and I said, oh God. I was just going to thank the resource person before he leave the chair for me and maybe come and sit here when I'm going for the closing. But Jeff is telling me, please don't do that, Shirley. Just a comment. Honorable Jeff, I'm giving you 2 minutes while I'm collecting my handbag. You're welcome.
2 minutes is even too much, Honorable Chair. First, I thank you for the opportunity to make my comment. I'm wondering, from the SADC Secretariat, Claire is here, Mr. Gorasha is here. Is it? Sorry? Where is she? Oh, right on. I didn't see her because she's directly behind me. Isn't it possible for you one day to call for a meeting where us, the parliamentarians and our president are present at the same time? So that if you are going to say we oversee or we have an oversight on the executive, can you please say the women want an audience with our presidents so that we get them to answer some of these flaws we have? Because we are SADC, all right, but it looks like our heads of states are in this for frivolous reasons. So would like them to explain some of these things to us. No wonder when you talk about corruption, you talk about election frauds, these presidents support each other in crimes. They will never tell their colleague to say, you rigged this election, can we have a rerun, and so on and so forth. So is it possible that one time you can call for a meeting where us, the parliamentarians, can make our president account for some of these actions? Thank you.
Jeff, I don't get you. Women to ask the president, women to ask permission to meet the president. You being part of us, or are you giving us direction? I don't get it.
Honorable Chair, my point is I'm taking advantage of the SADC secretary that is present in this meeting. Is it possible that it doesn't matter what you call it, whether it's during the plenary or whatever, but can we have a chance to talk or make our presidents account for how this SADC, because listening to him, surely we are better off not to be called independent countries, because we depend on external forces to show us what to do. And these external forces obviously know we should never be independent or do things on our own.
Thank you, Jeff. Your suggestion has been taken aboard. You won't be answered today, but the authorities have just said you. Thank you very much. At this juncture, then may I request you to applaud to the resource person again? We did it, we are doing it. We highly appreciate. And before even the closing session, I'm thanking the Secretary General and the Secretariat as a whole for inviting you. How we wish it could have been 2 days together so that we interact more. Thank you so much. You may remain there with us while we are now heading. And before I give chance to our Secretary General maybe to greet us and say anything, are there any other business in the whole session now? In the morning, we finished with our previous minutes and our meeting as well, and then we were waiting for the resource person. Another business has come from Jeff. It just popped. Now, any other from the rest? That was you're welcome, Chief Whip.
Thanks, Chair. I think my mind has been provoked by what Honorable Jeff just stated. I just want to check if in all our regional parliament, our president do come and accounts during our sittings. Because I wanted to understand what he was asking, whether it's possible or not. Because you may find that we may want that to happen here. Meanwhile, in our own parliaments, the president are not called to come and account before the public and the MPs. Is there happening? In South Africa, is there? Our president do come and account to us, to committees, and also to the public. Thanks.
Okay. Secretariat will check what is written in the laws. I leave it to them. But this, you know, we're sitting as a committee. So it's not also very right for me to give assignment to SG because this is a committee. So there are people who are collecting all those data for her, and then they will discuss it there. It will be answered later in a joint session, maybe, and then to the plenary. It will be very unfair if I start asking our SG to respond right here. But anyway, I'm not speaking for her. Later it will come. I'll give her a chance to say hello to us. I saw another hand for any other business.
Non, c'est juste pour faire une remarque seulement. Chez nous, à Madagascar, ça se fait pas les parlements qui fait intervention directement avec le président. C'est pas dans notre règlement intérieur. Mais peut-être avec la SADC, qu'on peut appeler tous les chefs d'État des pays membres de la SADC, on doit faire ça au niveau du Parlement, mais pas dans un hôtel comme ça. Ça se fait, je pense. Merci.
Thank you very much. I'm still appreciating for having such active members in my committee. And now I invite Honorable Teresa. You had a hand up. I think this is the last one, yeah? Otherwise, they'll be closing for lunch. Maybe you're not interested to eat.
Obrigada, Senhora Presidente, por me dar a palavra de novo. Eu acho que sim, também não entendi bem o que o colega pediu. Em Angola, a nossa experiência também é o nosso presidente vai ao parlamento prestar contas aos deputados. Ele não presta contas, ele vai apresentar um relatório de balanço do que tudo que aconteceu ao longo do mandato. Geralmente, na abertura do nosso parlamento, o nosso presidente vai lá ter. Portanto, eu também não entendi se isto que o colega falou é de forma particular em cada país ou se é a nível de todos os presidentes da SADC. Porque eu acho que cada país tem a sua diversidade, penso eu, né? Muito obrigado. Era só para complementar.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Honorable Teresa, I like the way you finished it. Every government has its own way of doing things, and I'm with you there. Okay, at that juncture then, having our SG in our committee, maybe it's also another privilege for her to say hello to us. She had been busy since morning. I gave you the apology. Much as she wanted to be here with us the whole day. Madam SG, you are welcome. Even to say jambo, or how are you?
Jambo, honorable members.
You see, Honorable is sneaking in Kiswahili as one of the languages. Afternoon, bonjour, bon dia, and good afternoon, honorable members. Let me just congratulate the committee for taking on board this important subject matter. The issue of gender lies in power. The issue of justice lies in power. The messy game blames that have been outlined by the presenter in terms of, greenwashing, so to speak, or the impact that we feel as women and the population that doesn't find its way into decisions becomes a very messy and a political issue, which also lies in power. The issue of access to resources lies in power. Unfortunately, politics also lies in power. I don't have to go further than that, than to say there are sparks everywhere. When I sat here and he was speaking, I appreciated the complexity, but I also was encouraged by how the committee is meeting the challenge of the complexity in terms of really looking at solutions and the burning desire to really make changes in this particular landscape. Honorable members, let me just quickly indicate that the forum is a forum. And I don't see, even if I can stretch my imagination, for any head of state, 1 or 2 or 3, let alone 16, to agree to come to such an intervention. Let me say it is not because they'll be snubbing the forum. It is simply because what comes to mind currently, one needs to ask themselves a simple question. Have the sovereign mechanisms failed that govern each country and that are at the disposal of our members of parliament, which we believe are in your constitution, are in your orders, in terms of what you need to do at national level? The issue of separation of powers comes to mind. The respect for the rule of law comes to mind. What also comes to mind is the issue, have we given up on our own oversight mechanisms at national level? That we need to come to the regional level where there's no country to hold our leaders accountable. I'm still digesting the idea. It may be that I need to get much more wisdom in terms of how to go about this request by the committee. I'm not dismissing it, but I'm sharing the conflict that came to mind when the suggestion was made. Honourable members, there's also a critical mineral tracker that you may wish to look at. I think that the issues that Mr. Titus was highlighting in terms of being aware of this critical mineral acts that are being passed elsewhere is quite important, because it will open up our eyes and also assist us in terms of what questions we may ask or what barriers we may begin to look at early on in our countries to be able to confront some of these debates or even engage with the responses that we may be given by the ministers. Let me end, Honorable, because I'm not supposed to give a long-winded speech, but just to say, Jumbo, the forum has no oversight powers. The forum has no legislative powers. Even if we transform, we remain a forum. It is just a change of name. And I've been hearing the ambitions and aspirations of members in terms of what they would like to see, where we go, what we're able to do. And I encourage honorable members to engage with the concept on the transformation of the forum into a static parliament, so that we limit our ambitions to what is persuasive, what is a gold standard, what can remain an advocacy tool in terms of what we endeavor. Honorable members, let's go back to our countries and exhaust and take advantage of our mandatal roles, which are included in our constitution, and ensure that
We look into electoral system design. We look at the acts around the security of the economy. We interrogate the issues that were raised earlier, which are interfering in the unity that we desire and in also taking decisions and moving. I understand other barriers, but I think it's always good to start trying until we all try and continue trying. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, SG, for the comment and the food of thought. But we are privileged to be with Honorable Joanne Sabrina, our Vice President of SADC. If you have any word to us before I do the closing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, it is a pleasure for me to have shared this committee with each one of you. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you for your contribution. Very big thanks to our resource person who gave us a passionate insight of the issues we need to look into. I join Madam SG to call upon all of us to go back to our country and do what we need to do to safeguard the SADC African region for the betterment of the world as a whole. Thank you all, and I wish each one of you a safe trip back home, and let's us ladies, and with the help of the men around us, unite for a better world. Thank you.
At this juncture then, allow me to do the closing, believing that all of you are happy and you have all been very much empowered to your house debates. We are going to argue differently and more rich and clever than those who are not in this committee, and especially on this. Honorable Joanne Sabrina, Vice President of SADC PF, honorable members of Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in West Segoma, SADC PF partners, representative from Amnesty International, representative from the Open Society Foundation Africa, our resource person, Mr. Titus, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, not to forget our Director of Finance, who has been with us all along in the big meeting, in the all joint committee meeting, and even today, since in the morning seeing of our welfare. Sometimes after eating, we forgot that we've ate because we want more. But I thank you so much and know that we are happy. Honorable members, distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to address you once again as we come to the closure of the meeting deliberations under the theme, the role of parliamentarians play in promoting the gender and climate justice agenda in the SADC region. Indeed, as anticipated, it has been a very interactive and fruitful day. I'm certain that the experiences and the ideas that we have shared around gender equality and climate justice will go a long way in enabling our committee produce concrete recommendations to inform resolutions for the 53rd plenary assembly session, which is going to be held in Arusha. At this juncture, I must indicate that the deliberations has produced solutions in the form of regional parliamentary initiatives and processes under the auspices of our regional body, as well as trickle-down national contextual responses to our gender vis-a-vis climate change problems. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, you will agree with me that the resource person covered a number of thought-provoking topics I want to indicate that I was pleased to note that the resource person was very practical and well-versed in the subject matters. Further, considering the guardian and unique role of parliaments in the governance of the club, I want us to challenge ourselves to ensure that the knowledge we have gained in this session will help us become more innovative in the way we respond, gather, and use evidence in gender and climate justice matters. Furthermore, with the elegant enlightenment, we will be motivated to keep abreast of latest development trends, obtaining not only in Africa, but across the globe. This will greatly help us enhance our promotion for gender equality and climate justice. Honorable members, distinguished delegates, as I conclude, I wish to reiterate that as a committee on gender equality, women advancement, and youth development, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and her team for their commitment and hard work in facilitating this meeting of the committee. Once again, I wish to place on record the committee's gratitude for the very successful meeting we have had today, and I declare that this meeting is officially closed. I thank you all. Obrigada. Merci beaucoup. Asanteni sana. I wish you a safe trip home. Greet your loving ones. Looking forward to meet you in Arusha on the 2nd of July, if everything goes well, inshallah. Merci beaucoup.
Misauta Betaka. Misauta Betaka.
Misauta Begara.
Honorable members, I would like to request that you please rush for your lunch.